Put your trust in me, and I will set you free. I know you're praise, and I want you to just that leads to love. Come with me, set free under the sky. Just relax, enjoy the ride. Cause soon we will be there. Leave troubles way behind. Cause joy is waiting there. So hold on to my hand. Picture us on an island, making love under pouring rain. You and me will be like castaways. Highway leads to love. Whoa, sail free. Just both of us, yeah. Whoa, yeah. Leads to love, yeah. Sail free. Skyway. We'll reach our destiny. Once we're there, we'll know we're free. Yeah. Screaming as we let love take us away. Highway leads to love, yeah. Whoa, jig around on this highway that leads to love, yeah. Set free. And every whiskey when you kiss my neck. We've been hurting, but it's happy hour. They couldn't get me, and they never will. And sometimes I hold you closer just to know you will. We'll sing the rhythm, baby's in my bones. Sometimes I take the day out just to turn you on. Honey, honey, I could be your bodyguard. Oh, honey, honey, I could be your Kevlar. Oh, honey, honey, I could be your lifeguard. Oh, honey, honey, you should let me ride shotgun, shotgun. Best friend, I'll protect you in the mosh pit, and I'll defend you in the gossip. You know how people like to start shit and pop shit. I like the way she's looking at you. Someone better hold me back. Charging 10 for a double and talking. I'm about to lose it. Turn around and John Wayne that ass. They couldn't get you, and they never will. Sometimes I hold you closer just to know you will. Tell me your problems, I'll take how you feel. I'll show you anything when your princess take the wheel. Oh, honey, honey, you could be my bodyguard. Oh, honey, honey, will you let me ride shotgun, shotgun? Please let me be your Cadillac. Baby, let me be your lifeline. Would you let me ride shotgun, shotgun? Oh, 3, 4.
Ladies and gentlemen, the National Coalition on Black Civic Participation's 27th anniversary of the Spirit of Democracy Awards.
No.
What?
We're not doing that right now. Right now, we're still doing reception. We're not doing that right now. Sir. The president said do that. The president said do that. You doing it.
Okay, yeah, I'm doing it. Okay. Here we go. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, the National Coalition on Black Civic Participation's 27th anniversary of the Spirit of Democracy Awards celebration shall begin shortly. We kindly ask that you take your seats.
Seems like every time I come around, you say, Jay, where have you been? 'Cause you can't get your mind off all the things that you hear from your friends. Well, I don't give a damn, cause they don't understand the things that we do. No, they don't even know me. How they gonna know what's best for you? So I do what I've gotta do. I'm gonna get through to you. I'm yours, no doubt. I do what I've gotta do. I'm trying to get through to you right here, right now.
Damn, cold world. I never thought I'd see the day that you my old girl. Now I'm stuck here hollering at old girl. Got one, got two, three, four girls. Shotgun in a drop, made her right. Hut one, hut two. Told them take a hike, then it's on to the next, on to the next one. Hard to move on when you always regret one.
I wonder sometimes, I wondered if I was wrong. Trying to do right by you, got me here. Now all I am is alone. Cause I knows this and that don't compare. Oh, yeah. And I'd bet all they do is distract me, but now, deep down, when I face it, all I want is you. Now that you're gone, being your friend is killing me softly. Your voice in wonder where I went wrong. It was my fault in the wrong time. I wonder so often, regret gets exhausting. Cause I knows this and that don't compare at all. No. I bet all they do is distract me, but now, deep down, when I face it, all I want is you. All I want is you. Now, all I want is you now. Sugar, now that you're gone, all I want is you. All I want is you. Now, all I want is you now. Baby, now that you're gone. Cause they don't smile or smell like you. And they don't make me laugh or even cook like you. And they don't photograph. Now they don't sex like you. Let's face it, I can't replace it. That's why all I
hit the club
want
when
is
you left me thinking that could help. Trying to celebrate my Independence Day. Will Smith, baby girl, who I'm kidding, still sick. Real ish, on my new seem to get old real quick. Hey, could it be you everything that this plain couldn't be? Is it a sign from the Lord that I shouldn't be? Lost in the playaway, so they get hold of me. Got me on layaway, girl, you got a hold on me. I say I'm wrong, you say come again. Damn, said I was wrong, but don't rub it in. I got a lot on my mind, got a flock full of dimes, like a line full of how they coming in. Just saying, don't wanna have me, then somebody will. I'm playing, weight on my chest like a body bill. I'm praying, you ain't content with trying to do your thing. And come back, baby.
got an addiction for life in this baby. Like every day's my birthday, no, but I'm kidding. And reserved for time, that's where I'm sitting. Me and my friends in about 6 Miss Independence. And my attitude so chill and so crazy. And my designer suit, I make this look easy. Sexy baby, don't you dare act like you don't see me. Baby, I know you see me. It's all about their fast car now. believe I've been replaced. Now my heart's at broken. Time alone, you know I should have no messages on your phone, acting like it's nothing. Don't know what I'ma do. And my whole world was you. And you know it just ain't gonna. Don't know why the radio keeps playing with my mind, and I keep on asking why. Every station keeps on playing this song all the time. Just can't get you out my system. Ain't a damn thing I can do. Just keep turning up my radio. Turn it up 'cause I'm not trying to think of you. No more, no more, no more, no more, no more, no more. Boy, it's so obvious that I wasn't enough for you. One cheat with her, gave her all of my love, all the trust. Now there's no more rush. Gotta get you off my mind, 'cause I can't keep crying over you. When my whole world was you, playing me just like a fool. And you know it just ain't gonna. Why the radio keeps playing in my mind, and I keep on asking why. Every station keeps on playing this song. Yeah, just can't get you out my system. Ain't a thing I can do. Just keep turning up my radio. Can't listen,
I know you want me. Every day not only when you're lonely. Yeah, you see you think you know me, but you don't even know nothing about me. Yeah, you see my thick thighs, lost when you look into my brown eyes. You see my little ways can make you switch sides. You never know the devil in a disguise, so why don't you stand up, baby? Yeah. Tell me, do you want me on top? So let me show you. I don't need to back it up. Don't wanna hold you, mold you slow, just split you in half in my heart. I just wanna love on you, trust in you, honor you, please do the same on your part. Be honest, you want it, but I can be heartless, regardless of my conscience. Be honest, you want it, but I can be heartless, regardless of my conscience. Take time, you know, stay around whenever I see bad mind. Before you come my way, make sure you think twice. Look into my eyes, but I can never see eyes. I can point a gun, but you know I could never lie. Come through, I can show you something you can run to. When I'm finished, you'll be feeling brand new. Will never be somebody you can run through. And I can put that in my life one time. No cap, big five, so glad, catch feels, yeah. If you make it back, then you can lie. Just be so much my time. Be honest. You want it, but I can be heartless, regardless of my conscience. Be honest, you want it, but I can be heartless, regardless of my conscience.
People they talk them majesty about the way your body twisting, make me lose control in this thing, boy. And it's happy because I'm thinking of us.
Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. Please take your seats. I'd like to now introduce the President and CEO of the National Coalition on Black Civic Participation and the convener of the Black Women's Roundtable, Melanie L. Campbell.
Good evening. Good evening. How's everybody doing? So we have a pre-show. How about that, right? How many folks had a problem with the weather? Yeah, so we're not gonna let the weather steal our joy tonight. So we're gonna do a quick shift in the program, and then we'll come back in a few minutes, as we know people are struggling to get through this weather to get here tonight. So we hope you all will stay with us as we work through this. But we do have look at your neighbor and say, "You're a special guest." You're a special guest. You're a special guest, even though we're working, right? And we also have some special guests from the White House. And one of the brothers who I really, really appreciate his leadership and his team with the Biden Harris administration is our brother, Stephen Benjamin. Stephen served as mayor, I think, correct me, I think 12 years, if I'm correct, for the city of Columbia, South Carolina. And he has been serving in the capacity as assistant to the president, senior advisor, and director of the White House Office of Public Engagement. But I will tell you, Stephen is someone that pick up the phone, if I text, no matter what, he will respond. May not be able to respond in that second, but he always responds. And so they have a lot going on across the street. So he wanted to come by and bring some remarks on behalf of the White House. So we're going to bring him up, and then we'll take a few minutes and then start the official program in a few minutes. Stephen, and I'm here with my Senior Vice President for Policy and Programs, Ms. Tanya Tyson. Thank you. Stephen? Stephen. Oh, sorry.
Hey, good evening, everyone. How about another round of applause for Melody Campbell and her team? We were at the Vice President's residence earlier and got that big photograph that says, "Trust Black women." You trust Black women, you can't go wrong. You can't go wrong. This is an incredible event and really honored to be here on behalf of our President and Vice President, bringing greetings on their behalf. Since day one, with the support of so many people here in this room, our President and Vice President worked every single day to make sure that this administration reflects the Black community's contributions to our great nation, realizing, just being fully transparent. I know there's press in the room, but Joe Biden would not be president of the United States. Kamala Harris would not be vice president of the United States, but for the leadership of the Black community. Hard stop, all right? As a result, the president has built the most diverse administration in the history of our country. The majority of his cabinet identifying as people of color, and 18% of the agency appointees self-identifying as Black and African American. Diversity is a core principle of this administration and a cornerstone of who we believe we are as a democracy. That's why the president and vice president remain steadfast to the commitment to diversity, advancing diversity, equity, and inclusion, and ensuring that the promise of America is real for our Black communities all across our country. As one of the most consequential administrations in the history of our country, the data will prove itself out. And I know we're in an interesting time right now. When up ain't up and down ain't down, and facts ain't facts anymore, and data doesn't prove out and things don't make sense. But I want to encourage you that things will turn because of the dedication and the hopes and dreams and works of the African seed and American son. We're going to continue to get things done. Over the last 4 years, we've achieved, yes, the lowest Black unemployment rate on record, 2.4 million jobs created in the Black community alone. Because of the work of people in this room, we've lifted 400,000 Black children out of poverty because of the leadership of our members of Congress and the Congressional Black Caucus by updating the Dirty Food Plan, increasing SNAP benefits. We grew Black businesses at the fastest rate in over 30 years. We canceled over $170 billion in student loan debt for over 5 million people across this country, which is a huge achievement that will change lives for folks. Work under the leadership of Marsha Fudge to root out racial bias in home appraisals and close the Black-white home valuation disparity gap by 40%. Distributed over $2.2 billion in financial assistance to over 43,000 farmers who experienced discrimination, yes, not just by the private sector, but even by their own government over several decades. So much more that we've done. Signed the Juneteenth National Independence Day Act, designating the Springfield 1908 race riot and Emmett Till and Mamie Till national monuments, telling the story of the Black community, working tirelessly to continue to protect the sacred right to vote that our families and our parents marched, cried, died for in this country. We dedicated working arm in arm with so many of you in this room to spending the last 4 years trying to correct the wrongs of the past and make real the promises of democracy. That work does not end in January, y'all. It continues. And we're going to need everyone to stay on the battlefield to make sure we get things done together. There's so many people, most of us in this room, regardless of who's in office at the White House, y'all, we're going to be all right in this room. But the people we fight for every day, they need us. They need us. This is not the time to be in despair. This is not the time to be despondent. We got to make sure we show up every single day to pay respects to the freedom fighters who kick down doors for each and every one of us, and for the young people, the young leaders, even generations yet unborn who are waiting on us to make sure that we deliver on America for them. I want to bring greetings on behalf of my boss, the President of the United States, who wishes he could be here, but wanted to send a letter for me to read to Melanie and the entire team here. It says, and most of you aren't used to seeing me with glasses. I don't need them, but I can't see without them, so I'm going to put them on. I send my warmest greetings to the National Coalition on Black Civic Participation as you celebrate your 27th Spirit of Democracy Awards. I've often said that our country faces an inflection point in history, a moment where the decisions we make now will determine the course of our future for decades to come. The challenges of our time remind us of our responsibility as a nation to help each other. We must remember that we're unique in the world as the only nation based on an idea. We're all created equal and deserve to be treated equally throughout our lives. We've never fully lived up to that promise, that founding promise, but we've never walked away from it either. It's a covenant we have with one another that holds America together, and in part because of organizations like the National Coalition on Black Civic Participation, I've never been more optimistic about the prospects of this great nation. As you celebrate this wonderful occasion, I hope you take pride in the impact you've had in your community. You remind us that there's nothing beyond our capacity when we work together. Keep the faith, Joe Biden. And I will say this too, because I know the president has so many of his personal heroes in this room. To those of you who are receiving awards tonight, thank you for your amazing leadership. We appreciate you, and we know we're going to need a whole lot more from each and every one of us to turn the tide. God bless you.
First thing we need to do is buy brand new fits for you. Make sure that you look good. Make sure that I smell good. Let's purchase 2 new Bentleys. I know that it looks trendy. So glad that it's not windy. Here comes that girl named Donnie. Ask if she wants to go. Tonight's gonna be hot for sure. Big dancing on the floor. Folks stripping, I don't know. Money flying everywhere. Champagne.
Round of applause and welcoming to the stage Tanya Tyson, Senior Vice President of Operations and Programs, and Sean Floyd, National Programs and Outreach Manager for the National Coalition on Black Civic Participation. Let's hear it for them.
Good evening, everyone. On behalf of the National Coalition on Black Civics Participation, it is my absolute pleasure to welcome you to the 27th Annual Spirit of Democracy Awards Gala celebration. Tonight, we come together to honor extraordinary individuals who exemplify leadership, resilience, and power to inspire change. Leaders who have paved the way and inspired us to recommit to the work of creating a more just and inclusive future. Sean.
Your presence here tonight demonstrates your commitment to the mission of the National Coalition to empower communities, champion equity, and safeguard the rights and freedoms that make our democracy strong. Through our signature programs and initiatives, Black Women's Roundtable, Unity Black Voting and Power Building campaigns, Black Youth Vote, and the NCBCP, Thomas W. Dortch Jr. Institute, and Southern Regional Office at the Clark Atlanta University. The National Coalition's work continues to transform lives and shape futures in the United States and in the African diaspora. And if I must say, Tanya, you look absolutely fabulous tonight.
Thank you, Sean. You look handsome yourself. Okay, we have a packed program this evening. So without further ado, please do me a warm welcome in joining our celebrity host and moderator for the evening, the Indie Mom of Comedy and Senior Advisor for Culture Expressions for the National Coalition, Miss Michelle. Oh, they didn't play your music again to come out?
First of all, I need y'all to get a little more excited about being here. I mean, come on, y'all. We're celebrating the spirit of democracy. Can we clap a little louder for that? Of course we can. You all look good. You're dry. You look amazing. Because it's wet outside. We thank God for Spanx and rain boots. Thank you, Tanya and Sean, for welcoming everyone to the Spirit of Democracy's award celebration. And thank you for the warm introduction. It is my honor to serve as your host for the evening. And now, please join me in welcoming Bishop Leah Daughtry, founder and co-convener, Power Rising, to the stage to give words of inspiration and invocation. Can you guys help me welcome Bishop Daughtry? Come on, y'all.
Good evening, family. As we come together at this pivotal moment in our nation's history to celebrate the spirit of democracy, we are well aware, and I don't need to tell you, the critical moment that is before us. And as we unpack and plot and plan and celebrate and commiserate and get ready for the changes that are upon us, I want to leave you with 4 things to help you get ready and to help you meet the moment. Number 1, I want to challenge you to tell the truth. When you don't tell the truth, then you normalize the lie. Some lies cannot be normalized. We have to stand for truth. That requires us to tell the truth about everything. Challenge number 2, show up. Some of y'all old enough to remember Gil Scott-Heron. And Gil Scott-Heron would want me to tell you that the revolution will not be televised. You gotta show up in person. We don't time out for keyboard warriors. You got to show up with your whole self to be in community with each other. These battles, these challenges we will face will take all of us together, moving as one to take care of our people, to take care of ourselves, and to advance the things that we care about. Challenge number 3, get in the way. John Lewis often told the story of the day that his father and mother put him on the bus to go meet Dr. King with his raincoat and his backpack. And his father said to him, after having had John pester them for months, his father said, "Well, John, as long as you're going, remember to get in the way." We all need to learn how to get in the way, to speak up when voices are needed, to get in the way of meetings for the purpose of the photo op, to get in the way of meeting for purpose of meeting, to get in the way of going along, to get along, to get in the way of being silent in the face of injustice because it's convenient for us. We've got to get in the way. And the 4th challenge I have for you is to have hope. Hope these days is a revolutionary act. Hope these days flies in the face of all that we see and know, because if you just look at the surface, there's no cause to have hope. But what we need right now is a little fact-defying faith that says that I hope in spite of. I hope regardless of what my eyes see. I hope regardless of what my ears hear. I hope because I believe it can be better, that it will be better, that it's going to be better. Now, if I was in church, I'd say my hope is built on nothing less. When you have hope in something higher than what you can see, than what you can hear, than what you can feel, then you know you struggle a little differently. You move a little differently because you're not thrown off by the winds and the waves that are coming, because you know that as the scripture promises us in the end it's going to be all right. And if it's not all right, then it's not the end. Let us pray. Father God, Mother God, Creator God, lover of peace, freedom, and justice, we thank you for the grace you have given us to gather in this spirit of democracy and community. We thank you for this time to celebrate, to rejoice, to remember, and to look ahead. We thank you for those who sacrifice to be here, and for those who give so freely of their time, their talent, and their treasure for a cause and a purpose that is greater than themselves. We thank you for our leadership who move us forward with grace, love, vision, and determination. Tonight, as we come to celebrate, we know that we do so while the storms of racism and sexism gather, while the storms of Islamophobia and anti-Semitism gather, while storms of white supremacy and hatred gather, while war rages across the water between the powerful and the powerless, while families are separated and displaced and pushed to refugee camps in Jordan and in Congo and in Bangladesh and in Kenya and while mothers mourn their children, while fathers mourn their sons, while children mourn their mothers, and while whole families prepare for uncertain futures. For them and for ourselves, for the work that we must do, for the choices that we must make, for the hope that we must restore, and for the change that we must bring, for the last and the least and the lost, for the dispossessed, the distressed, and the discouraged, for the left out, the locked out, and the left behind, for our seniors, for our parents, and for our children, for our future. We ask you for strength to handle the hard work of justice, strength to fight the fight of faith, strength to wage righteous war against those who every day negate, dismiss, demean, and diminish us. Strength to love, strength to continue, strength to breathe. Pour into us the best of Malcolm and Martin, Dorothy and Coretta, the best of Sister Betty and Brother Medgar and Sister Maya and Bayard, the best of Harriet and Ella Baker, the best of Nikki and Toussaint Louverture, the best of Asa Philip Randolph, the best of Mark and Al, Melanie and Siobhan, Derek, Damon, Janae, and Maya. Rise up in us, oh God. Make us bold and unafraid. Give us clarity and direction, vision and wisdom, so that we can heal ourselves and be healers to others, so that we can give and receive, that we may save and be saved, that we may love and be loved, that we may bless and be a blessing. And we will take the next step together. We will move forward together. We will raise our voices together. We will be bold and unafraid until every child is safe on every street of your word, of your world. And the promise of America is the practice of America. And we will do justice, love mercy, and walk humbly with you, our God. Because we ask it in your name, we decree and declare that it is so. And all of God's people say, amen.
All right. Can we please give Bishop Daughtry a round of applause for that heartfelt invocation? Thank you, Bishop Daughtry. Now we ask everyone to please stand for the Negro National Anthem, written by James Weldon Johnson and performed by HBCU choirs from across the country. Can we stand? Can we stand? My God. Come on, y'all can do better than that. That was glorious. Oh, we love when technology be technology. Ain't that all right? As you take your seats, we want to take a moment. Yesterday, hear me out, our sister, renowned poet, civil rights activist, and educator, Nikki Giovanni, passed away at the beautiful age of 81 and has joined the ancestors. She blessed generations by sharing her gift of poetry in civil rights and Black liberation movements and on college campuses across the nation. She was very active in the Black arts movement and was known as the Princess of Black Poetry. Her legacy will live on through the powerful poetry she leaves with us. Please watch the video that reflects her brilliance.
Quilts. Like a fading piece of cloth, I am a failure. No longer do I cover tables filled with food and laughter. My seams are frayed, my hems falling, my strength no longer able to hold the hot and cold. I wish for those first days when, just woven, I could keep water from seeping through, repel stains with the tightness of my weave, dazzle the sunlight with my reflection. I grow old, though pleased with my memories. The tasks I can no longer complete are balanced by the love of the task gone past. I offer no apology, only this plea. When I am frayed and strained and drizzled at the end, please someone, cut a square and put me in a quilt that I might keep some child warm. And some old person with no one else to talk to will hear my whispers and cuddle near. I'm Nikki Giovanni. The reason I love quilts so much is that I am old, and I do hope that I can warm some old person or delight some young person. Life has changed. My life has changed, and the life around me has changed. I hope I've done a good job, but if I haven't, I hope someone cuts a little corner and says she was here, she tried.
Absolutely beautiful. We thank God for Nikki Giovanni. Do we not? Yes, we do. Now, I want to move on to start to make some acknowledgments and some greetings from our amazing sponsors. And so we're going to jump right in and start with our sponsors from the executive producer level. Please join me in welcoming Tanya Lombard, Vice President, Global Affairs, and Head of Multicultural. That's right, y'all should be clapping. Y'all should be clapping. And Head of Multicultural Affairs for AT&T. Can you help me bring this amazing sister, Tanya Lombard, to the stage to give her greetings? Thank you. She's making her way. Y'all can clap better than that.
Well, good evening. 27 years. Congratulations to Melanie, to the board, to her amazing staff. On behalf of the employees, the board of directors, of AT&T. We are a proud sponsor of the National Coalition. Melanie's work, her imprint on the world, society is known, and it's amazing. On the shoulders of Melanie, all of the ask, all of the requests, and Melanie has time to follow up with everybody. So I want to give Melanie a round of applause. Melanie is the true spirit of democracy. Her team, tireless. Her efforts are fearless. So Melanie, on behalf of AT&T, I just want to thank you for everything. So a round of applause. We're happy to be a sponsor and happy to be here. Thank you.
Can we have one more applause for Ms. Lombard, please? Thank you, Tanya. We will now receive title sponsor remarks from Shani Houston, Vice President of Audience Strategy in the Office of Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion at AARP. Can you help me bring Shani to the stage, please?
Art tells a story, your story, and inspires others in your community to do the same. AARP is thrilled to celebrate creators over 50. Through their work and persistence, they make society a better place by bringing us all closer together. AARP is celebrating the undeniable impact and contributions Black art and artists have had on society.
Good evening. To the National Coalition on Black Civic Participation, Melanie, Tanya, and the entire team, and all the illustrious speakers and guests in the audience tonight. I'm Shani Houston, and I'm blessed to serve as Vice President at AARP, serving in our Office of Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion. On behalf of our new CEO, Dr. Maisha Jordan, our Executive Vice President and Chief Diversity Officer, Edna Kane Williams, and my colleagues from AARP who are here tonight, we bring heartfelt greetings and congratulations on this 27th annual Spirit of Democracy Awards events. Let's give Melanie and the team a hand. AARP has enjoyed a long-standing partnership with the National Coalition, and the partnership really feels more like family. Most of you are likely very familiar with AARP as a membership organization, and I bet many of you also carry an AARP membership card or are familiar with our discounts. Is that true? But what you may not know is that for over 65 years, AARP has advocated for the needs of those that are 50 and over and their families on the issues that matter most around health, wealth, and self. And the Spirit of Democracy theme this evening, celebrating the diversity in our democracy, is also central to the ethos of AARP. What we do for one, we do for all. We believe in celebrating diversity, and my team specifically and my colleagues, we execute campaigns like the one you saw this evening and initiatives that directly amplify leaders, heroes and sheroes, and philanthropists, entrepreneurs, and exemplary individuals within our community, like many of you are here tonight that are being honored. AARP is proud of the continued collaboration with the National Coalition, and we share in the recognition of tonight's dynamic honorees, both individually and collectively, as the Divine Nine organizations are also being recognized tonight. And I really have to take a point of privilege as a proud member of Alpha Kappa Alpha Sorority Incorporated For the past 35 years, I've been blessed and have seen firsthand the impact and amazing work that the Divine Nine does collectively, both globally and in our communities. So we see you, honorees, tonight. We salute you, and we continue to let your light shine. We're very happy to be here and very hopeful tonight as well. So again, congratulations to all the honorees this evening. Thank you, Melanie, Ebony, team, Tanya, for the collaboration. Enjoy the rest of the evening and the fellowship here tonight and being in community, as we've heard. Have a blessed holiday season. Thank you.
One more time for Shani, y'all. Can y'all clap for her? Thank you so much. We will have our final title sponsor remarks brought to us by Michelle Kober, Senior Director of, I like that. Y'all can clap for you. Come on now. I know y'all cute and dressed up, but y'all got to clap for your colleagues and the people that's doing this good work. Is that right? And the check is clear. Just clap. Our final title sponsor, Michelle Kober, is Senior Director of Strategic Alliances at Verizon. Can you help me bring her up to give her remarks, please, and thank you.
Good evening, everyone, and thank you for that enthusiastic hand clap. I really appreciate it. It is my absolute pleasure to bring greetings on behalf of Verizon and congratulate Melanie and the National Coalition on Civic Participation on tonight's fantastic 27th Annual Spirit of Democracy Awards. Verizon is a longstanding supporter of the National Coalition, and we thank you from the bottom of our corporate heart for being such amazing, longstanding partners. I want to congratulate also the talented group of change makers that is receiving awards this evening and shout out the honorees for the tremendous impact that they are making in communities across the country. The theme of tonight's ceremony, celebrating the diversity of our democracy, is so appropriate in these times, and it is a theme that Verizon cares deeply about. For us, that means a number of things, but the most important as a technology company is being connected and ensuring that communities across the country have access to affordable, high-quality, high-speed broadband. And many of you may not know this, but the National Coalition is an active participant in helping to get communities connected. They were champions for the funding in the infrastructure bill that will result in millions and millions of households across the country getting access to broadband. And they were champions for the Affordable Connectivity Program, which helped millions of low-income households get access to affordable broadband. And we work with them together on these efforts. Just yesterday, we hosted a program around telemedicine and the effect that connectivity has to improve health outcomes for Black communities. This is very, very important work. It is work that we are committed to. It is work that we are so proud to do with you together. And we look forward to continuing the partnership. Thank you so much for having us.
She's a little tall. I had to put the microphone back there. Can you guys please clap again for Michelle Kober? Y'all know I can see y'all, right? Just know y'all can be seen. So if y'all talking and stuff, I can't get no help in here. If y'all talking during these good awards and these good presentations, I'm just going to stare. Again, thank you so much for all of our, can we clap for all of our title sponsors? Every last one of them. We could not do this without you, and we are so grateful. And so we're going to bring up a very important gentleman here at the National Coalition on Black Civic Participation. I want you all to help me welcome to the stage our dynamic leader. I want y'all to start making some noise. Our dynamic leader and the NCBCP chairman of the board. Come on, y'all. The chairman of the board. Please help me welcome Brother Mark Moriel. who will bring remarks and present this year's Chairman Leadership Circle Awards, accompanied by Melanie Campbell. Start walking, accompanied by Melanie Campbell, President and CEO of NCBCP, and Ebony Baylor. You all are going to make your remarks after Mark comes up. Vice President of Policy and Strategic Alliance. Can y'all help me bring up our chairman, please?
Hey, greetings all. First of all, to everyone, I want to wish you a happy holiday season, a Merry Christmas, and a happy Kwanzaa. And I want to express gratitude and thanks and appreciation and love to Melanie Campbell and the National Coalition of Black Civic Engagement team, civic participation team. Give it up for the team. Hardworking staff, board, and volunteers from all across the nation. You all know Melanie and I are brother and sister in this work. For many years, I marvel at her tireless energy, her never quit mindset, her ability to continue to go and go and go. We look at each other and say, yeah, we're lifers. Because if it's in you, it's in you. And so, Melanie, I just want to say much love, my sister, for what you do, for what you mean to me, and what you mean to our nation and our community. Give it up for Melanie Campbell one more time. I want to acknowledge all VIPs, aspiring VIPs, used to be VIPs, trying to be VIPs, pretending to be VIPs. But to everyone here tonight, soldiers, workers, wherever you are in the nonprofit world, the corporate world, the government world, the faith world, the community leadership role, we owe you a great deal of thank yous for the work you do and for coming out on a night of some challenging weather to be here for the National Coalition for Black Civic Participation. Now, before the honorees, let me set the stage and the tone. The election floored us. Great feelings of resentment, dejection, surprise. And there is certainly a need for analysis, postmortems, and lessons learned. There's no way that the outcome should have been what it was. And we need to recognize and understand that we can do what we can do, but no car, no bus, no plane, no train can traverse thousands of miles with no gas in the tank or with a quarter of tank of gas. If the African American community and if Black women are the foundation of the so-called Democratic coalition, act like it. Act like it. Act like it. Don't just talk about it. Act like it. There's a lot more I want to say on this, but I'm pledging to you, to everyone in here, I'm not going to hold my tongue in making my observations, because even though in about 10 years, I'll be old enough to join AARP, I've been around for a bit. And when you've been around for a bit, you've seen the landscape. You've heard the promises. You've heard the lies. You've seen the evolution and the revolution. You've seen the backlash and the setbacks. But at this moment, we're going to have to stand up, get off our seat, lick our wounds, and get up. And stand up and be prepared for the next chapter in our work and the next chapter in our fight. See, we ain't got no time to be tired. We got no time to be scared and afraid. We have no time to not exercise courage and conviction if we're leaders in more than name, but leaders in action. I told the Urban League leadership, our CEOs and our board, elections do not change our mission. Don't change our values, don't change what we stand for, but we're politically astute and we know tactics and maneuvers have to be adjusted from time to time. And I said one of our good friends in the media, I call them pencil pushing caucus, asked me, well, are you going to just be resistance or are you open to working with the next set of leaders? I say it's up to them. It's up to whether on January 20th, 2025, we hear a message of inclusion or finger pointing and contempt. Whether we hear a message that is about all of America or a message that is an obsession with base votes and some. The ball is not in our court. But trust me, we will respond accordingly. And we will not yield to what we believe in, but I will never say I am opposed to meeting anybody in the middle of the road. In the middle of the road. We're about to deal with some challenging times. We're about to deal with getting our feet on the burning sands. We're about to deal with a time that may not be comfortable, but we will be challenged to lead. You all know that recently I spoke out against the retrenchment of diversity by the nation's leading retailer. And someone said to me, well, you know, you think you might be afraid that you might lose your partnership? I said, that's of no consequence. Because we are going to speak up for what matters. But we're going to always engage in dialogue with people. We can't be silent. What I hear from some forces in corporate America is if it was about police misconduct, y'all would be screaming. If this is important, where are our voices? Where are our voices? Political voices, civil rights voices, community voices. And not just of African Americans. DE&I is about women and Latinos and Asians and indigenous and Black people. We cannot be silent. We can be constructive. We can be assertive. We can be intelligent, but we can't be quiet. And tonight, I just want all of you to know that this is a call to action for us. Those of us, Melanie, myself, the 8 civil rights organizations that work together, and many others, Divine Nines in the room, faith leaders in the room, business leaders in the room. This is the biggest challenge. My late mother said to me, it's the biggest challenge we've faced since the 50s. But in the 50s, our leadership that we revere today, whether it was Rosa or Thurgood or Martin or Ernie Green or Malcolm or Dorothy or Ella and the many other local leaders, they responded and they stepped up. And you know what? They had less than we had. They didn't have the right to vote. They didn't have 60 black members of Congress. They didn't have 35 black mayors. They didn't have one CEO of a major company. They didn't have any of that. But you know what they had? They had conviction. They had courage. And they stood up and they led a social movement that transformed the America you and I have had the opportunity to live in. So we've got to be mindful as to whether we're going to meet the moment with intelligence, with our heart, and with our commitment, but it's not going to be comfortable. It's not going to be easy. It's not going to be, everybody's not going to be clapping. There's a misnomer. If you listen, when I was growing up, I would listen to people and they would say, I was there with King. I marched with King. Then I'd be eavesdropping on my daddy and his friends. They'd say that blankety blank was nowhere around. He's huffing and puffing and making up stories. There's a misnomer that in the civil rights days and in the civil rights movement, everyone stood up. It was universally popular. Everybody was for it. It was like a Sunday school picnic. Everyone went along. On the day Dr. King led the March on Washington, he had a disapproval rating in white America of 75% and a disapproval rating in black America of nearly 30%. They were not watching public opinion polls. They were not examining analytics to determine what position they took. They were using their heads and their hearts and their sense of history, their sense of outrage, and their sense of being sick and tired to launch this social movement. So National Coalition for Black Civic Participation, in this movement, we all have work to do. We all have to step up. And on tonight, we're going to honor some great people, contemporary living legends, people who inspire us. Let us not only be inspired, let's be inspired to act. That's indeed what we do. So I want you to give yourselves a warm, extensive round of applause. And now it's my honor. Melanie, are you going to join me? We are going to begin with recognition, first of the Chairman's Leadership Award. Our first honoree is the legend, Miss Kathy Hughes. Miss Kathy Hughes, who will be joining us, founder and chairperson. There she is. Give her a big hand. Kathy's leadership in creating media platforms that tell real stories of the Black experience, they've been transformative. Her commitment to mentoring the next generation of media professionals has allowed her to create a legacy that uplifts our voices and ensures our stories are told with truth and with integrity. Kathy's joining us thanks to the power of technology. She's joining us here on the screen, and I'd like to ask all of you to first give the legend Kathy Hughes a big National Coalition round of applause. And Kathy, if the camera can get this, I've got an award. It's so heavy, it's weighing me down. But it's a beautiful, beautiful award that we'll see it's delivered to you. So thank you for what you do. Thank you for what you mean to us. Ladies and gentlemen, Kathy Hughes. Okay, in a minute. Our next honoree that we present with the 2024 Chairman's Labor and Social Justice Leadership Circle Award is Claude Cummings, Jr. A dedication to the movement for workers and for labor. His advocacy for civil, women, and human rights inspires us all. You have amplified the voices of union workers and championed the causes of justice and equality with tireless and unwavering determination. Ladies and gentlemen, Claude Cummings, Jr. Do it. Ladies and gentlemen, we are going to ask that you give us your attention. We're going to have a short conversation, Michelle and I. I'm going to get it kicked off, and Kathy is on the screen behind me. And Kathy, many of us have heard your incredible story going all the way back to the radio days in Washington, D.C. I want to ask, when you had your greatest challenge in business and felt that the way forward was tough and difficult, what gave you your greatest inspiration?
My inspiration has always been understanding that first and foremost, I must always give praise and thanks to God, from whom all blessings flow. And once you accept the fact that it's not about your ability, it's not about anything other than the mission that has been assigned to you. And so not only do I thank God, but I thank you and Melanie and the entire team of both the Urban League and the National Coalition, because you're out there fighting and organizing and helping create the narrative that will see us through whatever comes our way. And both organizations have always had God as their foundation. And I look to individuals in organizations such as yours and the incredible work. Melody has been accurately described this evening. I don't know how she has found the 25th hour in the day. Most of us are still trying to figure out how to deal with the 24th. She never says no. She's always available. I think that one of the things that you have to understand about the leadership that's being honored this evening, and congratulations to all of my fellow honorees. But I think the thing that we have to really focus on is that you have to put the mission ahead of yourself. And that's what I learned about being in the business of spreading the message, inspiring and working with my community, but most importantly, being unapologetically Black and proud of it, being in the Black people business. So I'm really touched this evening. I apologize for not being there. I had a flood in my kitchen, and without thinking, I ran in to deal with the soapy water that was all over the floor and lost my balance. And so this evening, particularly because of the weather conditions, my doctor told me to use technology instead of transportation. So I apologize, and I'm so sorry that I'm not going to be there to accept that heavy award, because it is heavy. It weighs so heavily on my heart to be recognized by the people that I admire. A special shout out to Mr. Cummings. And if you would just allow me a second of personal privilege. When I was 16 years old, two significant things happened. I got my driver's license, but also I got a job at Northwestern Bell Telephone Company as the first student long distance operator. And because they were a union shop, I received a union card. I joined the CWA, the Communication Workers of America, at the age 16. And to this day, I honor that membership card in that incredible organization more than I actually value my driver's license. So Mr. Cummings, to be honored with you, just it's the icing on the cake this evening for me.
Thank you. Thank you.
I mean that quite sincerely.
I'm going to pose one more question to Kathy. And before doing so, we have really, truly got to acknowledge the presence of the leadership of the Divine Nine.
Yes.
All of the Black fraternities and sororities. Come on, y'all, give it up. I'm,
yes,
of course, giving it up for A5A, but give it up for your own, truly a backbone of our community. And I also want to thank members of my own National Urban League Washington Bureau team who are also here. Got a lot of new people. Welcome. Thank you guys for the work that you all are doing. Thank you very much. Kathy, we are in an age of streaming, podcasts, new media, social media. It's almost a dizzying array. What does all of this mean, in your opinion, for the future of Black-owned media?
I think that Black-owned media is more critical now to the forward movement of our community, of our people, than ever before. It's always been critical. Frederick Douglass understood it and founded two different newspapers. You know, one of the things that's being advertised heavily now on television is insurance. And there's a story of a little boy asking, what's the economy? And no one is answering it. They keep talking about the insurance company that they're promoting. And he says, I'll go look it up. The problem is going to look it up does not make it accurate. You have to depend on information that is accurate. Information is power. But it's devastating when it's misinformation, when it is not accurate. You cannot, if you are a Black person, depend on another person's culture, ethnic affiliation, their moral understanding of who they are, their interpretation, their point of view of the world, if they are not Black. You have to depend on your own to accurately interpret that which is important to you, that It tells the story of who you really are. And that's what Black media has been responsible for ever since the days of Ida B. Wells, Frederick Douglass. Thank God that technology allowed us to transition from print to electronic. But the reality is, it is foolish to think that another person is ever going to tell your story correctly. That's not to their advantage. They're going to tell their story. They're going to prioritize that which is important to them. They were going to look out for their own. That's the mission of Black media that is Black owned. There's a big difference. There's a lot of Black media out there now. All of a sudden, every network discovered the Black consumer market. Now everyone has their own Black version. That does not make it accurate. That, like the little boy in the commercial when he says, "I'll go look it up." You cannot depend on going to look it up if it's not coming from a person, not coming from a source, not coming from a corporation that has you as the top priority in terms of interpretation, in terms of importance, but most importantly, in terms of what is best for you. So right now, I think it's probably the most critical time for Black media in the history of us being in the United States of America. The tragedy is that if we do not support Black-owned media, then we will be like that little boy. We will look it up, we will be given misinformation, and we will start believing things about ourselves that are not true. We will not be able to embrace our greatness unless it is properly interpreted for us. I thank God that I chose my industry and made a commitment to it. And as I said just a few moments ago, you have to accept the reality that the mission is more important than your own life. That's what Martin, that's what Malcolm, that's what so many of those who went before us accepted. You must be willing to die for the mission if you intend for the mission to be successful. So I thank all of the millions and millions and millions of individuals who make it possible for our company to reach 82% of all African Americans on a weekly, every week, on a weekly basis, interact with one of our 5 companies, all of which disseminate accurate and important information about who we are and what's important to us.
Well,
I thank you, and I thank God.
Let's give it up for the legend, Cathy Hughes. Cathy, thank you. Because of you, I get an opportunity every Monday on the Ricky Smiley Morning Show to talk to people all over the nation, and I value that State of Black America segment. So let's give it up for Cathy Hughes one more time. I'm going to turn it over to the wonderful Michelle to continue this conversation. I'm going to excuse myself. God bless everyone, and have a great evening as you go forward. Melanie, love you, my sister. Love you. And Michelle's going to take over the questioning about Cathy and Claude. Yeah, thank you. God bless.
Thank you.
Can we clap for our chairman? Can we do that, please? Thank you so much, Chairman. We love you. We appreciate you. We're going to move quickly because we have so much more in store. But I do have to take a moment, first of all, to just congratulate you, Ms. Hughes, and you, Mr. Cummings, on your accomplishments and receiving tonight's awards. Ms. Hughes, your work has revolutionized the media landscape, amplifying stories, voices of Black community. And Mr. Cummings, you've tirelessly advocated for labor rights and social justice throughout your career. I just have 2 questions. From your unique perspectives, what do you see as the most pressing challenges facing Black communities in protecting democracy and advancing racial justice and equity today, especially in light of the current political climate? Just a 2-minute answer. Ms. Hughes, what do you see as that pressing issue about protecting democracy and advancing racial justice?
With all due respect, can I toss that over
Yes,
to
ma'am.
Mr. Cummings?
Absolutely, Mr. Cummings. We got to get his microphone hot now. Try it again, Mr. Cummings. You can take this one. There you go.
All right, I think we're on here. But first of all, we've got to make sure that we have messaging out there that will get our community to the polls to vote. Simple as that. I do not believe black media was used enough, to be quite honest with you. And just let me give some of y'all some information. For the first time in the history of this country, we have 6 Black International Union presidents.
Wow.
And we actually had an opportunity to, that's right, I hope you would
That's
applause
something
for
to
that.
clap
I'm one of the
about.
6,
Yeah.
right?
Absolutely.
And I am one who advocates for using the black press to get our message out.
Right.
This election was very hurtful and harmful to my community that I come from in Houston, Texas, for instance. We talk about how do we, fix what's happening. Let me just give you one story. In 2019, and some of you will remember this, we elected 19 Black women judges in Harris County in Houston.
Wow.
I helped put together that program with labor money, with a GOTV program to get out the African American vote and Hispanic vote. That did not happen at all in Texas in this election cycle. Very little money was spent on African American GOTV voting. Listen, let's just make this very clear. We're the backbone of the Democratic Party.
That's right.
And when I talked about those 6 Black presidents, what we did is we actually met with the campaign and begged and pleaded that more money be spent in our communities to get out the vote. And like the chairman said a couple of minutes ago, there was just not enough fuel in the tank, simple as that. Unions gave millions of dollars to these super PACs. I'm telling all of you now, and I've got some other leaders that in the audience, I think I saw from NEA and AFT, I'm committing not to give millions of dollars to these super PACs again that did nothing to defend the administration, did nothing to defend the vice president, did not address those issues. Listen, we were painted as the enemy on some of these ads. We were. And that message resonated with our communities. We lost the narrative in this election cycle. That can never happen again. And I'm committing as president of CWA that I'm going to message myself rather than give it to a bunch of super PACs that don't do nothing but take that money, make themselves richer, and our communities lose because of it. Simple, simple as that. And there's no one person that's going to save us. We have got to save ourselves.
That part.
Simple as that. And so I think that's what we need to do. We need to start supporting Black media ourselves and doing more to make sure that the messaging, as Kathy just beautifully said, comes from our media, because no one can speak to us like we speak to us. Simple as that. During the civil rights movement, messages moved from radio to the churches.
That's right.
Right. And so we need to get back to start having conversations about how we can better address the messaging in our communities to save our democracy in this country.
I appreciate. Thank you so much.
Amen to that. It was almost as if those of us in Black-owned media felt punished as opposed to being included. We were amazed. We were shocked. We were appalled that we weren't called upon. As I said earlier, one of the things we have to do because of the age of technology, I just can't say that 82% of all Black Americans interact with our company in one form or another. I have to prove that. There are research firms that check that out to make certain that's accurate. I could not imagine the pittance of revenue that came into our company and how we couldn't get interviews, how we were denied access, how we were not allowed to participate. What Claude just said is absolute, and it was our money. That was the tragedy of this.
Right.
That can never happen again. We can't allow that. So thank you, Claude, for saying that, because
It's
there
just
are
the
a lot of other. It's the truth.
Right.
$600 million.
Right.
Is what 4 companies made. Not one Black person was involved in making the $600 million to reach the voters. Well, obviously you did not reach them.
They didn't.
Come on, Miss Hughes.
It didn't.
Come on, Miss Hughes. 600 million.
Right.
$600 million.
My God, I
And
don't
we
think y'all
lose
heard that.
when that does not happen.
Black recipient of that, not
Right.
one participant. And like I said, we had money in that 600 million. Those were our contributions. But the fact that the Black media has always had a relationship with the Black community second only to the Black church. And again, this isn't just conversation. These are documented facts. So you would not want to involve the two most important tentacles into the African-American community, the church and Black-owned media, to do anything. Certainly, all of those individuals in the entertainment industry participate.
Come on.
Okay, all right. I mean, there's so many Black channels on television now. Everybody, okay, NBC, everyone has the Black Experience, the Black Movie Channel, the Black this, the Black that. But as I said, you got to be very careful because some of that is not anything other than misinformation with the purpose of dividing us, fooling us, and causing us to be at odds with each other. I did a reality radio spot where I said, I hope that what we have just gone through will cause us to return to the days of greeting each other with my sister and my brother. That was so important. That meant we loved each other. We wanted to help each other. We got to go right back to that.
And I thank you for that. I'm gonna.
And
Go
if I
ahead.
may just for a
Sure.
minute, because I didn't finish a couple of minutes ago when I talked about the Black judges. We lost 10 of those Black female judges in this last election cycle because there was no money spent on African-American, Black, and Hispanic turnout in our communities. That's why it's so crucial, Kathy, that we do everything that we can to make sure money is spent in Black media to get our vote out. And I was committed to it when I was a leader in that part of the country. And now that I've got the entire country, I'm going to damn sure make sure that money is spent in Black media to get our
Y'all
vote
heard
out.
it here. Y'all heard it here.
Thank you. Absolutely.
Y'all heard it
Thank
here.
you.
We're going to close out this segment with one question to you both. What advice would you give young leaders who aspire to make a difference in democracy?
You know, I would say get involved. You have to get involved. Things are not going to fix themselves. My son is my pastor. And on Father's Day, he told this story. He said, I gave my son a truck. And he woke up one morning to go to high school and the truck, would not start. And he was looking at the engine when I walked out. And I watched him for a couple of minutes and I walked up to him and I touched him on the shoulder. I said, "What's going on, son?" He said, "Well, Dad, I think it's either the alternator or the battery." And then he turned back around and looked back into the engine. I watched him for about 30 seconds and I tapped him on the shoulder. I said, "Son, one thing for sure, it's not going to fix itself. Go get some tools."
That part.
Right? And what he learned from that is things are not going to fix themselves. You have to get involved yourself. So I'm encouraging young people. I've been the first Black leader in CWA in every position that I have been elected in my 38 years. And every place that I have been, I made it more diverse and I made sure there were younger people involved. And I've encouraged young people to be involved. I'm also on the board of directors of the NAACP. I'm the first vice president of the Houston branch, as well as on the Texas, whatever they call it, I've forgotten now, but the Texas NAACP. And so a young lady heard me talk about the importance of making sure that we bring young people on. And I talked about those that have mentored me. And after that conversation I had with some youth, a young lady grabbed me and said, "You're going to mentor me. I'm holding on." Recently, I resigned from the first vice president of the Houston branch of the NAACP because I'm in this job now. I can't be there. I don't believe in holding a position and can't be there to do the work. That young lady took my position.
That's all right.
She is now the first vice president at 26 years old of the NAACP branch.
That's all right.
It's because she grabbed me and said, I want you to mentor me. So I would say to young people, grab a person that's in control, of an organization or involved in an organization, and get involved and allow them to mentor you. Tell them you want to be mentored.
That's right.
And that's what will happen, that they will move up in leadership and positions also. Right.
That's
You have to tell them.
Ms. Hughes, what would you say?
The same thing that he just said. He
Okay.
said it so beautifully, so important for us to look to those who are doing it and imitate, emulate, associate with, be at the 27th. For 27 years, this event's been occurring. And how many young people say, you know what? Next year, with or without a ticket, I'm going to show up. I'm going to this event. They will be welcome. I'm sure Claude and I and numerous other individuals in the audience will pay for the ticket. Just come. Associate with those individuals that you see moving the needle. Go to the Urban League meetings. Show up at their events. Keep your eye on the prize and look at what the elders are doing.
Right.
And also challenge us. If you think it should be done better or a different way, be forthright with us. Say, well, I think that perhaps what you're doing is a little old-fashioned. Can we try this strategy? We have got to, again, come together as a community because we are family. We belong to each other. We are responsible for each other. And I'm just so honored that I'm allowed to participate with the man who's in charge of my very proudest moment. That was when I knew I was fully grown. I was 16 years old because I had a union card.
That's all right.
The CWA, and still have that thrill experience to talk about it tonight, even in the midst of this. Claude, I salute you. And again, to the organization, thank you and congratulations.
Well, thank you so much. I had a lot of conversation about you at that table about the fact that you needed more resources. So know that I'm going to continue to do that.
Thank you so much.
In the next election cycle.
I don't think you all understand the greatness of this moment. I don't think you actually grasp the greatness of this moment. I have to thank you both so much for sharing your profound insights. I like when Brother Claude said he bought his son a car. I'm just trying to get adopted and just receive the blessings of a dad who will buy you a truck. And Mother Kathy Hughes, you said you buying tickets for next year. I just need your number so I can text you, let you know how many young folk need to buy some tickets for the 28th annual. But more
everyone
importantly,
that shows up, I will sponsor.
And more importantly, you guys inspired us with your dedication to uplift our communities. It's clear that your work you've done and continue to do is vital to shaping a more inclusive and equitable future for us all. I think you all need to give them what's due to them for all of their mentorship, leadership, dedication, love. We cannot thank you both enough.
Thank you.
We are elated to have shared a moment with you here at the 27th Annual Awards. Thank you so much again, Ms. Hughes. Thank you, Mr. Cummings, and God bless you.
God
and
bless
have
you.
a wonderful holiday. Can we give them another round of applause as we continue our program? We hope you're enjoying are you enjoying your dinner? I can tell because y'all talking. I'm gonna need y'all to. So are we having a good time and learning a lot and celebrating a lot? I can't get no help. Are we having a good time? Are we enjoying ourselves? And we are so grateful for our leaders and our engagement here tonight. We're going to keep the program moving as you have your dinner. Your dinner is coming. Some of you all said you're waiting for your dinner. Your dinner is coming. I see your cocktails are flowing. No one's complaining about the cocktail. All right. Now, before we move on to our next series of awards, we have to acknowledge our marquee level sponsors. Can we start clapping for them right now? Y'all pitting patting like y'all ain't drinking them drinks. I want to introduce our first marquee level sponsor, representing the National Education Association. On live again, thank you. Representing the National, oh, you just popped up. he just popped up all like shiny and sparkly. I just need you to step back. Just step back a little bit. Get my mind right. Cause did y'all see him just pop? I wasn't ready. Ain't nobody tell me the gun was loaded. Okay, here we go. Representing the National Education Association to the stage, please help me welcome Brother Merwin Scott, Director of Community Advocacy and Partnership Engagement. Can you help me welcome him to the stage? Thank you so much.
Thank you. I'm going to be quick. I'm from the South, and I was raised right by a black woman. So Melanie said, go ahead. And I said, I stepped on out here. So good evening. My name is Merwin Scott, Director of Community Advocacy and Partnership Engagement at the National Education Association. On behalf of Becky Pringle and the 3 million members of the National Education Association, I want to bring greetings and congratulations this evening as we celebrate 27 years of the Coalition on Black Civic Participation Spirit of Democracy Awards. This year, we're celebrating the diversity of our democracy. I'm also joined by some amazing NEA staff here. Raise your hand, everybody. We have some amazing staff that actually run our campaigns and elections, our governance, our partnerships department, and our community advocacy and partnership engagement team. We have some amazing Black staff who actually are leaders in the space around education and labor. So let's give them a hand, everyone. Really quickly, Melanie Hill, Mel, sister, leadership. Melanie Hill is a modern day freedom fighter. She's an organizer. Melanie's business card reads President, CEO of the National Coalition of Black Civic Participation. There's not enough room on her business card for what she is really known for. Melanie Campbell is recognized as one of the hardest working servant leaders in today's civil rights, women's rights, and social justice movement. Let me say that again. Melanie Campbell is recognized as one of the hardest working servant leaders in today's civil rights, women's rights, and social justice movement. Black Women's Roundtable, check. Power of the Ballot, check. Women of Power, check. Black Women Youth Vote, check. Black Male Initiative, check. National Coalition of Black Civic Participation, the Thomas Dortch Institute at Clark Atlanta University, check. Unity Table Convener, check. She is in the suites, but she's also in the streets. Fighting book bans in Florida, check. Fighting to teach the truth in our public schools, check. Fighting for diversity, equity, and inclusion, check. Fighting for the rights of educators, check. Fighting for the rights of labor and working people right card, check. Fighting for women's rights, women's reproductive rights, check. Fighting for what is just, fighting for justice for all of God's people. Special thank you to her team and those who have stood in the gap and in the trenches when things were tough. I want her team just to wave real quick. Wave, everybody that's on Melody's team. Let's give them a hand, everyone, because they work very hard. Tanya, I know Tanya's around. Congratulations to the honorees, and congratulations with a K to my grand pole mark, Jimmy McMickle of Kappa Alpha Psi Fraternity Incorporated. Mel, the NEA will always be with you. You know that Becky and our entire team loves you. Also, our brother Mark Morial. He was with our president years ago and our board of directors at a very critical time, and he showed up and showed out. So I want to give him a hand as well. And I look forward to having an amazing evening. Thank you so much.
Can we thank Brother Merwin for that amazing, come on now, that's our marquee. The good brother of Kappa Alpha Psi Fraternity Incorporated. Ladies and gentlemen, now please welcome the President and CEO of the National Coalition and our convener of the Black Women's Roundtable, Melanie L. Campbell, to bring her remarks. Can we give her another round of applause as if y'all have not seen her yet this evening? Can y'all do a little better than that? Mel said, "Where's her music? Where is her music?" We're gonna do this thing. Go back, Mel. Go back. We're gonna bring her up to some music. Y'all gotta have some music for my soror now. We can't. Y'all gotta get. No. Wait a minute. Now we're gonna get it right. We're gonna cue the music, and when you see all that fabulousness walk out, I need it to go louder. Go back, Mel. Go back. Coming to the stage, the president and CEO and the convener of the Black Women's Roundtable, Miss Melanie Campbell. Make some noise.
Thank you. Was that Fight the Power? Fight the Power. That's not on my script, but it is time to fight the power. Good evening, everybody. Thank you for joining us and investing in the work of the National Coalition. Thank you, Merwin, for that script. I want that script, right? And thank you, Shani and Tanya and Michelle, our sponsors. Thank you all so very much. We could not do this work without you and all of our other sponsors here tonight. Can we give them a round of applause? We've heard a lot tonight, so I will be very brief. Hopefully folks are getting a chance to partake of the meal. You heard it from Mark, you heard it from Kathy and Claude. You know, we are gearing up. Siobhan, Arline Bradley, she was here, and if she's not, lift her up. Gear up for the fight core of our lives, to protect our rights, our freedoms, our opportunities, and to save this democracy from peril. With the conclusion of the 2024 presidential election, we are truly at a watershed moment of whether or not our nation will represent we, the people, and protect this thing called the Constitution, or will we be a nation that devolves into an autocracy that only represents the rich and powerful? We are also here to lift up the power of coalitions, acknowledge the hard work and achievements, and look at your neighbor. Say, we did that, y'all. We did our Black job. Some other folks did not. And all the leaders that are here tonight, I'm so excited. The weather did whatever the weather was going to do, but it's something about gathering that we as Black people know when the drum beat is beating. And the drum beat is beating to make sure that we never forget to remember that through the power of our vote, we did some things in the last 4 years. We elected the first Black and South Asian woman to serve as the Vice President of the United States. We elected the first Black woman to serve, or not elected, but we made sure that we had the first Black woman to serve on the U.S. Supreme Court. We elected the first Black man to serve as, not elected, sorry, these notes are getting all messed up here. We have the first Black man to serve as the Secretary of Defense. And we did elect the first Black man to serve as governor of the state of Maryland. And we did some other stuff, Cora, y'all. We elected 2 Black women to serve in the U.S. Senate and had the largest congressional Black caucus in history. I believe it's 63 members strong. So just say to your neighbor, we did that. We did our Black job. Further, we know that through all the adversities that we will face in the near future, we have come this far only by faith. And we are the leaders we are looking for such a time as this. Now, more than ever, we must remain vigilant and engaged to protect the values that are the backbone of our communities and democracy. Together, we will continue to invest and pay it forward for future generations. Ms. Kathy said it, it's about the mission, right? What are you willing to die for? I'm not running to die, but I'm gonna be real. When you step out here in these streets, you better understand there's a possibility. And I thank everybody for doing all we did. I will tell you, and I'm gonna move to present the awards. Election night, did what it did. And my sister, Reverend Dr. Judith Moore, we were together by phone, and I was in Georgia. She's doing the work in Pennsylvania. I was on the phone till like 4 o'clock in the morning talking to different ones, everybody who was up at 4 o'clock on the election night, right? But one of my great nieces called me at 4 o'clock in the morning. She called me at 4 o'clock in the morning because we had been making jokes about, depending on what the results are, we may have to get our passport and get on dual citizenship. And she called me at 4 o'clock in the morning, just crying. And I said, "You all right, baby? Auntie, I don't have a passport. What are we gonna do?" So whatever frustration I had in that moment, I understood my assignment was to keep fighting. But my assignment was to be okay to go sit on that ledge, that picture that's going around, and take a break and regroup and rest and do what we need to do. And reassess what is allyship. It's a nonpartisan 501c3 conversation, so I won't say anything else. So say it with me, y'all. Y'all know I'm Baptist/AME, fake preacher sometimes. Say together, we will fight. We will fight. Oh, stand up. Everybody, stand up. Y'all know So let's say it like we mean it, so that my niece can sit. I got my other great niece, Journey, up here, right? Say together. Together. We will fight. We will fight. Together. We will win. Now you can sit down and keep eating. So now it's my pleasure to bring back up to the stage with me, I believe I'm right. Daryl Coles is coming up here, I believe. Daryl is our National Coordinator for Black Youth Vote, and we're going to give our President's Leadership Circle Awards out, and we're going to make sure that you all get to eat, but we're also going to ask you just to bear with us, to kind of talk as low as you can over this time. You got to get the award. So, President's Leadership Circle Awards presentation. Honorees. It is my great honor yes, some of this stuff is not all right. It is my great honor to present our President's Leadership Circle and award, first President's Leadership Circle Award to Ms. Constance Newman. Ms. Constance Newman. That's it. Miss Constance Newman, Constance Berry Newman, is a trailblazer in every sense of the word. For decades, she has served as a fierce advocate for Black folks in Africa, Black folks in the United States, running the Smithsonian, working hard in Southeast over at Tennyson Learning Center, just working with NCNW. But she is a powerful, powerful quiet storm that I have been blessed to be able to be and sit in rooms with. This is not on the script, but when we were thinking about like who we wanted to honor and the global award, there was no one else that we could think of that was more deserving. She is a servant leader extraordinaire. It is my honor and my pleasure and privilege to present this award to you, my sister, Miss Constance Newman. And I want to ask Tanya Lombard to come up from AT&T to help me present the next award to Mr. Terrence Woodbury. Is Tanya with me? And then, Terrence is one of America's foremost pollsters and political research strategists whose dedication to amplifying the voices of Black and underserved voters, particularly young people, Terrence has had a profound effect on our democratic process. His innovative work in the field of communications and his strategic approach to polling have brought critical insight into how to engage Black voters and to ensure our concerns are heard. Through his work, he has been a powerful voice for the people, helping to shape a more inclusive and representative democracy. Tanya, you want to say some words?
Yeah. Many thanks, Melanie. When I saw Terrence listed tonight, it was such a full circle moment. Terrence is still a young man, but when he first came into my office, he had a unique perspective. He came into the corporation, he helped us solve several problems, and he became my consultant. But prior to that, he has always been my little brother, and he's an incredible visionary and an excellent young man. So I really, really have to credit Terrence with his steadfastness, with his commitment to politics. He makes all the lists all the time, and he creates unique tools such as Black Track. If you haven't checked it out, please check it out. But he is a true visionary, and he's one to watch. We have to lift as we climb. And, I have no regrets in terms of lifting this brother up. I love Terrence. I'm so glad his family is here to support him. And Terrence, your mother is shining down on you.
Muscle-bound man and put his face in the sand. Not the last mafioso, I'm an MC cop. Make it say go LL and do the Y. If you think you cannot ride me, yeah boy I bet. Cause I ain't met a motherfucker who can do that yet. Trendsetter, I'm better, my rhymes are good. I got a go-man plate that says I wish you would. And when I begin then, I gotta join in. And before my rhyme is over, you know I'ma win. Cool J has a rhyme, so you better make way. Ask anybody in the crowd, they say the kid don't play. Sport competition, that's my hobby and job. I don't wear the sky because I don't hold the mind. Got a pinpoint rap that makes you feel.
Okay, and now I want to ask my family that is here to come up. Reverend Dr. Judith Moore, Parker crew, Dante. This next award goes to a young brother. Where's Donna Frisbee Greenwood? When we take the picture, Donna, I want you to come up from Philadelphia. DeWard Woody Beal. Woody is the executive director of YOACAP in Philadelphia. He's the convener of the Greater Philadelphia Unity Coalition. But Woody also is, like, in my opinion, a rock star in Philadelphia, Greater Philadelphia. And getting to know Woody and going down to Philadelphia, he talks to Woody. Where are you at? Where's Woody? Where's our honoree? Come on out, Woody. And so Woody, we did a 24-day, 7-state bus tour. And when we went to West Philadelphia, so Woody had us at a barbershop. And so we were in there talking to the brothers and saying, brothers, sisters, we together. So, and they were like, yes, we are. So I was getting ready to walk out, right? I'm like, okay, I think brothers understand that we did it. And then they said, well, sister, okay, all right. So you gonna get on there and do some push-ups before you walk out? Push-ups, what are you talking about? So I learned some Black barbershop culture is that they put the thing in the floor and I guess test each other out. So I called some reinforcement with Mustafa and I did 10 push-ups. I have the video to prove it, so I can show it to my great niece and everybody else. But the whole idea, though, and what I saw in Woody was also something we give that I felt he was also deserving of. Those of y'all who know, been around, know that we have a sister who's an ancestor, Ruby Campbell Pulliam, that worked with us for many, many years, who passed away in 2011, and the board set up an award for her that we give to a local leader who exemplifies what we call love in action. So we call it Love You More. So he's getting our partnership award, but also he's getting the Ruby Campbell Pulliam Award. So I want to ask my sister, Reverend Moore, to just read this paragraph on behalf of our family.
Woody's leadership in Greater Philadelphia has been nothing short of transformative. Woody has been a champion for Black civic engagement and voter empowerment, working diligently to increase voting power and participation in his community. His innovative work with Black male civic engagement and his efforts to uplift youth have made a lasting impact in the Philadelphia and the surrounding areas. Woody's commitment to empowering the next generation of leaders is truly remarkable, and it's with great pride that we honor him tonight with the Spirit of Democracy Affiliate Partner of the Year and our beloved sister, Ruby Campbell Pulliam, Love You More Leadership Award.
Clifford Campbell in here?
Nicholas one, out the credit man alive. PST, the Nicholas one, out the credit man alive. PST, the Nicholas one, out the credit man alive. PST, the unusual flow. Landscaping, mentally shaping. Get the gist, don't miss what I'm saying. Hilltop ringing in the bass drop. Soaking up sets like a household mop out to rock. Stop, so you're no cop, you try to rock. We bump, the whole house jump. Gotta bust a sucker, or else it gets boring. Just like if people need your coffee in the morning. And every word is honestly stated. You get it, now synthetic or fabricated. Keep your eyes open, I got you on a scope. Nothing like a poet, cause I'm dead, it'll go. Fly like a falcon, strong like a stallion. Now all I need is a gold medallion. Providing small time suckers with info. ESTs,
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to have a conversation. Can we clap for all of our awardees? One, two. It is an honor to sit here with you all, to be here with you all tonight. And we're just going to have a quick conversation. We like to take advantage of these moments because it's very rare and amazing to have you all here together at the same time. And I just want to ask a quick question to all three of you, and we'll get through this very quickly. Ms. Newman, your lifelong commitment to public service and international affairs, especially to the continent of Africa, and serving as a champion of democracy is exemplary. Over the past few years, our democracy has been challenged, not just from foreign adversaries, but from within. What do you see as the way forward to protecting our democracy now and into the future, Ms. Newman? And just a brief, answer, just 2 minutes.
Can you hear me? Good. So in July, I'm going to be 90. But I'm telling you that because I have a message for two sets of people.
Okay.
To the seniors and to those who are coming along to take over. Okay. Two messages.
Y'all better lean in, lean in.
Now the first
She got
one,
2 messages.
Okay, the first is the seniors. You got to know when to hold them. You got to know when to fold them, know when to walk away, and what? Know when to run.
Now, Ms. Newman, you telling the seniors to run, Ms. Newman?
But you know what I'm saying? I'm saying we need to know when to fold them. We have a tendency not to want to leave whatever power or position we have.
Yes, ma'am. Yes,
We have
ma'am.
a tendency to hold on. And I'm saying you don't all have to leave at the same time, but we better start turning these ships that we're on. We need to start turning them over. But the next message is to the youth, because you all don't know everything.
That part.
You don't even think about everything because you haven't been here long enough. Okay. But what you need to do is to listen. I have the Beyonce song on listening. I can share that with you too later if you want to hear it. But the real point is that as you are taking over, you need to be able to listen to the voices of those who have been there and won and lost before you. You need to listen to each other and to those that are coming along behind you, because there's great wisdom sitting right next to you.
That's right.
So my point is, we can't give up on democracy because it's who we are. We can't give up, but we need to share the knowledge of each set of people, those who came before us.
That's right.
And those who are coming behind us, or it's not going to work.
My God.
So thank you for
My
asking.
God.
Thank you for asking. And if those friends of mine, people who know me know I got a whole lot of other stuff I could say, but I'll stop right here. Okay.
You see, that's called grace. That's called wisdom. That's called last call at the bar. I want to thank you so much, Miss Newman, for just being so honest with us. And we're going to keep it moving. I mean, I have to ask this question and then keep this show going. I've got Terrence here. Terrence, you're a pollster, right? You've been at the forefront of political strategy, focusing on amplifying voices of Black and underrepresented voters, especially young people. What do you believe is necessary to ensure their concerns are effectively heard and addressed in the political landscape moving forward? Their voices, meaning the young people's voices. What do you think has to happen?
Thank you. Thank you so much for that.
And first of all, Terrence is wearing oud, black oud, this cologne.
And if I hug you, you're gonna smell like it forever. So
This is something the Lord made. Something the Lord made.
Look, thank you for that. And listen, because I got an award tonight, I like prepare some remarks. So before I get to that question, let me just think of.
You got 2 minutes.
That's all I need. That's all I need.
You got 1 minute for your remarks.
First of all, listen,
1 minute for your answer.
I cannot hold a microphone in this room and not thank Melanie Campbell and all the organizers, all of the dedicated folks, Tanya Lombard, and all of the sponsors. I can't hold this microphone and not acknowledge that mighty word that Ms. Newman just gave us. I heard there's a quote I heard that said, seniors know things that should never be forgotten. And young people need to know things to survive. So we need each other. And for that, we thank you. Thank you. But I also can't hold this microphone and not honor the spirit of the ancestors that presented this moment, that created this moment for me to even be in. Ancestors my greatest influence. Jesus, I get emotional. I have to acknowledge my mother, who is always in this room, Shanna Woodbury. I got to acknowledge ancestors like John Lewis that taught me personally in his office to get in good trouble. And I got to acknowledge ancestors like Nikki Giovanni, our great sister who we just lost, who taught us that love should be enough, but when it's not, rage is okay too. And that brings me to the young people. Young people are angry, y'all. We mad. We are in a system that has failed us in many ways, not just the political system, an economic system, financial system, medical system. Look, y'all heard a lot of these titles that the media gives to people, the double haters that don't like either party. Well, I focus group them double haters. And what I found out is they're the same as the vaccine hesitant. Same people, right? Y'all remember those? Remember the vaccine hesitant? These are the same people. They don't trust systems that have failed them. I call them rightfully cynical, not just cynical. They rightfully cynical because they are trying as hard as they can. They're doing the best that they can, and they cannot get ahead. And so you have one party that is defending a system that's failing them, and another party that is offering to blow that system up. Okay, and so when you have young people who are emerging as the most diverse demographic in America, the largest, I want to be very clear, millennials and Gen Z are also the largest demographic. Young people ain't the margins no more, y'all. We are the electorate. We are it, right? The way to win is through us. We are also the least likely voter in the electorate. Okay, and so we have to figure out how do we speak to that pain without that pain equaling, mutually applied destruction. We can't blow up the system because we got to exist in it. But I heard a young man in the focus group tell me, my hood ain't getting no better under Obama. It ain't getting no worse under Trump. So what do any of these politicians got to do with me? I want y'all to come with me. Please visit our website, hitstrat.com. Listen to these voters. Listen to these focus groups, not the people that you know, I'm talking about these voters. I do my work in America, y'all. America. Not in Washington, America. Come on with me to America, listen to these young people, and they're gonna tell you exactly what it's gonna take to get them out of this mess.
I don't think y'all heard that, brother. We thank you for your ebonics and your phonics. Ain't nobody talking back to me. We thank you for your ebonics and your phonics and your data and your insights. Vote. Largest electorate, Gen Z and millennials. Y'all better get your mind right. You gonna round it out and end it here? Woody.
Yes.
Your work in Greater Philadelphia has had a powerful impact on increasing Black civic engagement and empowering the next generation of leaders. You focused on Black male civic engagement and youth empowerment in particular. So, what are some of the most effective strategies you've seen in your community for reaching and motivating that generation that Terrence just talked about, especially Black men, to get involved in the democratic process and take actions on issues that affect? You got 2 minutes, Woody, to tell us what you did in Philly.
So first of all, I want to say thank you to Melanie Campbell, Donna Frisbee Greenwood, to the board of the National Coalition. This really means a lot to me. I will tell you, some years ago, our record company, Arista, sent us on a promotional tour across the country to Boys and Girls Clubs. And at that time, it showed me, with the group, that we had a lot of power just going into the community and talking to people. So when I started the organization, I realized that we had to spend time in the community. So this is what we typically do. We go out to the community doing outreach. We go into non-traditional places like barbershops, hair salons. We do barbershop talks. We knock on doors. We talk to people and we listen. I think what he said is totally correct. A lot of times people may have misinformation, but we have to take time to listen to people. And then what we do is we gather the information, we take that information, and then we go to our elected officials and tell them what our issues are. Black men are concerned about their neighborhoods and communities. And so that's why we spend time in barbershops. That's why we have these barbershop talks. That's why right now, after the election, we're gonna take the information we collected with our Black males, and we're gonna go and talk to our elected officials, our city council members, people that are important, and make sure that they understand what our issues are. And then we're gonna let them know how we feel and what we should do. And I think we need to include young people in the whole process, in the beginning part of it, not just in the planning part of it, in the implementation of it. And we had our young people go knock on doors. So we need to continue to get young people involved as young as we can to be involved in the civic participation process. So please encourage all your young people, and to the adults in the room, please lead by example and show the young people the right thing to do, because sometimes the adults are the problems because you're leading them the wrong way. So we got to make sure that we as adults are talking to our young people, we're giving them the right example, and making sure that we are setting the right foot forward so they can see how they need to move.
I think he said a word there. Go ahead, Terrence, real quick. Mm-hmm.
I just want to respond to this real quick, specifically about Black men, because my father, Johnny Woodbury, is also in the room.
Where's your dad?
My father's there.
Where your dad at? That is not your father.
That's my daddy.
Are you wearing black oud as well, sir?
I got to say this real quick, because I talked about the party, that's trying to defend the system. There's one more thing I got to say about this party when it comes to Black men, y'all. This is very, very important, because a lot of y'all are donors and funders and operatives. This is important, y'all. Okay? Black men care about a couple of values that one of them parties is beginning to seed. Values like masculinity, it ain't all toxic. Wow. Spirituality, family, patriotism. Wow. My father's a captain, former retired captain in the Army, right? I had a young man tell me in a focus group, when he sees an American flag waving on a house, he knows they're white and he knows they're Republican.
My God.
We can't seed patriotism. We can't seed God. Okay, we're going to reclaim those values, and there's a way for us to position our progressive issues through Black ass values. Sorry for cursing, my daddy's here, right? If God granted us all freedom of choice, then why should government grant women any less than that?
My God.
Right? That's a spiritual value and a progressive issue. We're gonna have to go there, y'all, or else we're gonna start seeding. We start seeding these values. We're gonna start seeding many more of these black men. And I don't know if this big tent party gonna make it without all of us.
Thank you. That was a word. That was a word. That was a word. We're gonna wrap this up in a nice bow and just ask you quickly, the next generation, you all have talked about it. Ms. Newman, you said it real powerful, that it's time for some of them to know when to fold them. But we need your wisdom. Get your microphone, because you're saying something. She said she's talking to herself.
I just said
She said she got to fold them.
I said I need to talk to myself about it also. We all need to be honest, because we're sitting there on top of something that makes us feel big. And
ain't nobody hearing you, Miss Newman.
Somebody pushes us. No, I'm asking for us to move ourselves, but to do it in a helpful way, and do it in a way in which we're sharing what we learned and what learned to do and learned not to do. But that's all. I don't have any other wisdom.
That was the most profound answer. You talking to yourself, your 90-year-old self. That's powerful. These two brothers on the end, my bookends here, they're just, how are you going to help that next generation reach their full potential as leaders? Y'all have your own approaches. Now, Brother Woody, you said y'all going in the barbershops. What about the brothers who lost their line? Like, where you going for the brothers? Ain't nobody hearing what I'm saying. What about the brothers with the cul-de-sacs? They got the line is, ain't nobody feeling that energy. How you gonna get to them, Woody? If they ain't going in the barbershop, some of the brothers here tonight, we gonna bless God for them. How you gonna get to them, brother? The next generation.
Yeah, I think we need to go into middle schools. It's a lot of information that we used to get when we were in high school that's not there any longer. I think we need to go into middle schools and start very early with our young people and teach them, again, civic engagement, giving back to community, going to support people who don't have, being empathetic. I think we have to start at a younger age. And please, y'all, parents, be the best examples you can be for your young people.
Brother Terrence, you
Listen,
gonna round it out?
I mean, look, I believe in speaking truth to power. I don't come here to tell you my opinion. I come to tell you the opinion of the voters I talk to every day, of the focus groups I sit in every day, of the poll questions I ask every day. Right. The way I empower young people is to make sure them voices are amplified, are heard, are empowered, that we can actually hear them. Because honestly, man, a part of the frustration that you are seeing in the election results is folks that don't feel like they're being heard. Listen, insanity, again, what I hear in the focus, a young man told me in the focus group, something that y'all all know, insanity is doing the same thing and getting
expecting a different result.
Yeah. So young people trying to shake the table, y'all. And I just want to make sure we hear them, and that's all we trying to do here at His Strategies.
Can we thank our amazing panel for this discussion? So right, so on point, so honest, so absolutely honest. And before they take their seats, I am going to set us up for our special award presentations to the Divine Nine. We are excited for the Divine Nine presentations. I don't know about y'all, but we're excited. But can we give our panel a round of applause and thank them for being with us here tonight? Ms. Newman, Terrence, Woody, we thank you all so much for your wisdom, for your insights. And we're going to move forward. You guys can make your way. We're going to move forward into our last and special presentations. That's right. Get that good photo. I should get in that picture. That's a good picture. I'm going to come on and get some more of that oud. Can we clap for them as they exit our stage, please? We honor you. We honor you. We honor you. You got to honor the people that's doing the work instead of honoring the people that's doing the twerk. Ain't nobody liking what I'm saying. Get them, Anthony. I need y'all to honor the people that's doing the work. We're going to keep this program going because we're having a good time. I'm going to ask nicely in a spirit of service and gratitude if you could please keep your voices down as we proceed in our program. We are so excited that you're joining us. But be very clear, we're here on purpose, for a purpose, and we want you to be here to honor our people with us. We're going to move forward and present our final and special awards for the evening. Please welcome again our president to the stage, Melanie Campbell, as she begins with our final awardees. Can you guys clap for her again and again and again? Where are you, Soror? Where is she? Okay. So, love you more. Is that my forever first lady? That's my forever first lady, Cora Masters Berry. She just yelled out, I love you. I love you more. I love you more. That's my Soror. Y'all can just behave a little bit while we get our Soror Melanie to the stage to do our special presentation. Are y'all having a good time though? Are you enjoying yourselves? That is so good. All right. So Melanie's going to make her way, and we're going to honor the amazing Divine Nine, of which I'm very proud to be a member of the Divine Nine. If it's not obvious, I am a member of Delta Sigma Theta Sorority Incorporated. If it's not obvious, I think it's a little obvious. Swings here. We're waiting for Melanie to come. But we have so many amazing members of the Divine Nine. We want to honor the work that you're doing in our community historically and present day. Oh, we're doing a 5-minute DJ break. Okay, I can do that. I can go get a beverage. Ain't nobody like, I said, let me get a beverage. And we will be back in 5 minutes to honor our Divine Nine. Can y'all clap because you're having a good time? Can you clap? All right, I'll be back.
Shines on you. You know there's nothing I would not do. Oh, before I let you go. Let you go before I go. I love what's wrong. I can't understand it. No, where did we go wrong? And I won't be hesitant. I've got to know. Gotta make sure I'm right before I let go. Girl, you're looking sweet like that. Wish that I could love you back. in a special way. Like my mind, I feel alive. Blow my mind, I'm satisfied. So much better. Will you knock me out? Excited. I'm so excited. Makes me wanna shout. Gee, I feel so lucky, babe, to have you all in love. I really love the way you love me, girl. If I'll be yours, you blow my mind, baby.
Ladies and gentlemen, I hate to break up the party, but I'd like your attention. Please focus on the stage where Melanie Campbell, again, the president and CEO of the National Coalition on Black Civic Participation and the convener of the Black Women's Roundtable, will have a few words for you. Again, Melanie Campbell. Let's hear from Melanie Campbell.
All right, you guys ready? How's it going out there? And so, you know, as Black folks, we know how to maneuver and pivot. Is that right, Sarah? We're gonna pivot. And so we are. This is an exciting. Say third quarter. We got one more quarter to go. We're in the third quarter, y'all. And so we are getting ready to make a two special presentations to the Divine Nine. So can I get a yes? Not just because I'm a member of one, but because of the amount of work and legacy of leadership and service that the Divine Nine has done for 100 plus years has not gotten the kind of recognition that we believe is deserved. And so when we were thinking about what we could do differently, we wanted to lift up the Divine Nine leadership. And 9 leaders is hard to get in the room, right? Because you're leading and doing the work. And some of the weather may have challenged a few who could not make it because they could not get out of some of their locations, but they are all represented in some way. And so I asked my Sarah and my sister leader, a fellow leader in the civil rights movement, Reverend Siobhan Arline Bradley, to come up to help me present this awards to the leaders of the sororities. Not because she's a Delta, but because she is the leader of the National Council of Negro Women. Mark would have been here, but he had to check a flight. But we are all members of the National Council of Negro Women, so things work out the way they're supposed to work out. And because she got a baby boy at home, and so we know the sacrifice. We know the sacrifice. And so I asked her to come and join me in making these presentations. And so, y'all ready? We ready? We're going to start with the ladies of the sororities, and we have first, and it's in order of when they were founded, right? And so we're starting off with Alpha Kappa Alpha Sorority Incorporated, who is led by Danette Anthony Reed, International President and CEO, who's way on the West Coast, but she has Gina Scott, who's the North Atlantic International Regional Representative for the International Program Committee, who is here to accept on behalf of Alpha Kappa, y'all need some water. Alpha Kappa Alpha Sorority Incorporated. Siobhan, you want to say something about?
So let me just offer this. Good evening, everybody. This proud Delta is so excited to give this award to our Sisters of Alpha Kappa Alpha Sorority Incorporated. As the president of NCNW, Alpha Kappa Alpha Sorority was one of the first organizations to sit at the table with Mary McLeod Bethune. And our board members, Melanie Campbell, and our Sisters of AKA, we want to honor you, the first sorority that was founded in our Divine Nine. And we want to say thank you for your leadership and most importantly, your sisterhood and your fight. God bless you.
And now, drum roll, please. Our next leader is Elsie Cook Holmes, International President and Chair of the National Board of Directors, Delta Sigma Theta Sorority Incorporated. Delta Sigma Theta continues to be a driving force in advocacy and political engagement, boldly addressing the most pressing issues of our time. I was blessed to pledge Delta Sigma Theta Sorority Incorporated at Sigma Chapter, Clark College in 1981. I was a child prodigy, so don't get to add no numbers. All right, all right. And so now, Sister Siobhan.
It is an honor to stand in these red shoes tonight. As a proud member of Delta Sigma Theta Sorority, Dr. Mary McLeod Bethune will be so honored as she is our soror. And shout out to Dr. Dorothy Irene Height. And rest in peace, soror Nikki Giovanni. Your legacy lives. And Madam International President, we are so proud of you and your leadership. God bless you. And we love you. And we are tickled red and white, baby. Woo! Right. Okay.
Violet, come up. And Kiara.
Come on, baby. There she is.
I just was looking for you now, Mama.
Is that Mama Cora?
Yeah, this album is dedicated
my phone. I was just trying to get the photo. I told her we got our president. I was like, it's all source back there. She said we can. You need your own. All right, don't let it drop. Stacy, Micah. Yeah. Stacy, right? No. Just she couldn't do it. No. Oh. Yes. Okay. And now, drum roll, please. All right. Next is Zeta Phi Beta Sorority Incorporated. We welcome Dr. Stacy N.C. Grant, International President of Zeta Phi Beta Sorority Incorporated. Under her leadership, Zeta Phi Beta remains steadfast in its commitment to service, scholarship, and fostering community initiatives that create meaningful change. Dr. Grant and Sorority President Cook Holmes and Charlotte Siobhan, they all came on the road with us in different places to make sure we were working in coalition on that power of the ballot bus. So I want to thank you all and for that. And so, Siobhan.
Let me just say the finest of the finer women is here tonight. Dr. Stacy N.C. Grant is a bad mamma jamma. And we want to say thank you for your leadership. She was the chair of our convention. She has been a partner. And let me tell you, the Zetas are moving under your leadership. So we love you, sis.
Any Zetas that are close, come on up.
Come on, Zetas.
And then the ladies, I don't know if the sister left. because this was kind of spontaneous, but Alpha Kappa Alpha Sorority Incorporated, if your representative is still here, we can do a photo with Alpha Kappa Alpha Sorority Incorporated as well if she's still here. Okay. I know she couldn't stay. So, okay. For the, if she hasn't left, let me know. Okay. All right. Last and certainly not least, Sigma Gamma Rho Sorority Incorporated. And Don is here. Don? Yes. Okay. Yes. Okay. Yes. Don Stanton, International Grand Basileus. No? Okay. Y'all gonna get me in trouble. Hold on. Okay. Production team, don't get me in trouble with what you're about to do. So she is representing, though, right? Their International Grand Basileus, Marika Harris. And she is represented by Don Stanton, who is represent Northeast Region, Regional Director of Sigma Gamma Rho. Sigma Gamma Rho focuses on leadership, service, and sisterhood, and has been pivotal in uplifting and empowering communities worldwide. Reverend Siobhan?
Let me just say shout out to the beautiful poodles over there in the corner. We see you, the Sisters of Sigma Gamma Rho. We want to thank you for your leadership in education and in activism. And in the absence of your president, you have been an amazing sister in this movement. So God bless the beautiful ladies in the blue and the gold.
Can we have the Sisters of Alpha Kappa Alpha Sorority Incorporated to come up with Danette, with Gina Scott? If you're AKA in, you can come on up and get in the picture. Did you get that from Fluffy U? Is that a Fluffy U?
And the sorors of Delta Sigma Theta that are at the table with our president, could you come up and get your picture as well? Come up and get your picture as well before you all head out. Good idea. Those sisters of Alpha Kappa Alpha are on stage now. And then we need our sorors of Delta Sigma Theta Sorority Incorporated to come up with our international president for your photo. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. Absolutely beautiful. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. And if we could get our soror president home, make your way.
Oh, that one more. Okay. And we ask everybody give us about 20 minutes, and we will be done for the evening. We're going to have a quick interview of our sorority leaders, and then we're going to bring up the brothers, which I'm excited about, leaders of the fraternities. Okay. Eden LaRue, please come up to the stage. Eden LaRue Parker, please come to the stage.
Have you ever loved someone so much you thought to die? Giving so much of yourself, it seems the only way. Tell me what you want and I will give it to you. 'Cause you are my love. Do you ever dream? Ever dream? Everything is everything. What it's meant to be will be. After winter, must come spring. Change it comes eventually. I wrote these words for everyone who struggles in their youth. The woman said, deception instead of what is true. It seems we lose the game before we even start to play. We'll make these rules, we're so easily led astray.
It's our first time together and I'm feeling kind of horny.
Okay. We're going to ask you all to bear with us. DJ, if you could cut the music. If you guys could just bear with us. I know we're getting down to our last moments. We want to make sure we have a moment to network and celebrate. But we cannot have this many amazing, excellent leaders of our Divine Nine sororities in one place and not have a discussion for a couple of seconds. Is that all right? Is that all right? We're going to ask one question. We're going to ask one question. All right. As Black women in leadership, what ways have you overcome glass ceilings, racial bias, and gender bias? What ways have you done that? Sister Dawn, Sigma
Thank you. I would say through my own resilience and self-care, understanding my own self-worth, and being able to walk confidently in the different spaces that I'm in, not be intimidated by those spaces, and surrounding myself with a group of comrades, I'm an Army child, so I say comrades. A group of comrades and women who are like-minded, who will also advocate for me in spaces that I'm not in.
Right.
And just aligning myself with those women and finding mentors and counterparts to partnership with.
Got it. We love that, and we love your red frames.
Oh, thank you. Tom Ford.
We love them. Finer, the finest of the finer. How are you doing that, honestly, Dr. Grant?
So
I love the question because it's so loaded. And I think when you asked it, Michelle, there are a lot of people who said it's part of the reality that some of us were born into, but I don't accept being sub to anybody because I know God created me and everyone in this room as a designer original.
That part.
So if I show up in my authentic self, I had to learn that it was okay to be the full me, because there was a time where I dimmed my light because it made other people feel uncomfortable.
Ooh.
But then I had to let them know I could give them a coupon to a pair of sunglasses if they were offended by my shine.
Oh, like a straight New Yorker. That was a New Yorker. That was a Queens. That was Queens.
And what it really boils down to is, do I dishonor who God created me to be in order to fit into somebody else's perception of who they think I am? So when we walk in our full power, we give everyone else permission to do the same thing. Because when I see another Black woman, I see a reflection of myself. When I see brilliance, it invites me to raise my standard. So when we are clear about who we are and who we have been called to be, we don't allow other people to intimidate us, demean us, or distract us from the divine assignment that's on our life.
My God, my God, my God. I told y'all we had to have a word with these sister leaders. Now Soror Holmes, how are you doing? How are you doing it? How are you doing that work?
I will have to tell you, it's been a lifelong journey. From the time that I was part of integrating the schools in Jackson, Tennessee in first grade, one of only 2 students, to my early years in corporate America in the 80s as another only, if you will, to making sure that I did not continue to be the only, because it is so important for us to lift as we climb. It is so important to make sure that we are not the only ones in the room. Even though we're the first, we certainly do not want to be the onlys. So I will have to tell you, from that time in first grade, having a mother and a father that instilled to me that sense of excellence, that sense of there was nobody better than you, but at the same time, don't lift yourself above other people, still walk in humility. So there was an opportunity to walk in humility, but know that I could walk into any room. Like you said, Dr. Grant, there were times where you didn't necessarily feel like you could be your authentic self. That was going back to those 80s times. But I soon learned that the opportunity to really be successful was to be my authentic self, to bring everything that I had to offer, not to try to fit in, but to try to stand out and have the unique qualities and capabilities that I brought, and that I brought as a Black woman. To have the sense of, I've always been a leader in Delta since I was in college, and they didn't always understand that. And at times I used to hide that, but I was like, oh, no. Let me let you understand what I'm bringing to PepsiCo, what I'm bringing to, prior to that, Texas Instruments and Anderson Consulting, because of Delta Sigma Theta, because the capabilities and the skills that I learned as a collegiate sitting around a board of directors with people like Dr. Thelma Thomas Daly, with visitors that would come into our board who used to lead the board of directors and be president, such as Dr. Dorothy Irene Height. There is nothing like the training that we received. So it gave the sense of being able to walk in that purpose, whatever room I walk into. But the most important thing is making sure that I brought others with me.
Oh, I love it. I love it. I love it. Last but not least, I've asked every panelist the same question, and it's so important. How are you paying it forward to the young leaders that are coming right, not even behind you, literally in lockstep with you? How are you doing that? How are you doing that, Dr. Grant?
Well, I'm a mother of a millennial and a Gen Z, so they keep me honest all day with their unsolicited opinions and the ones that I asked for, because we had some hard conversations during this election season around how they feel, their peers, what it looks like. And I know for me, it was every Black woman that saw leadership in me and that said a word, they spoke into my life. It's important for me to speak into the lives of our up and coming leaders, that they have the capacity to do this work, and that we can sit at the table with their fiery responses. When we heard our brother from HIT talk about the truth, those are the conversations that we're going to have, even if it makes us feel uncomfortable, and to create space for uncomfortable truth so that they know I don't take what they're saying for granted, but we need to open up dialogue because there is room for the legacy work and room for the modernity that's going to need to move us forward together. It's not either or, it's both and. And as long as we can have conversations, we can talk through the strategy that's going to get us the outcome we desire. So I'm not married to the process, I'm married to the outcome. And if we can come together and talk through the best solution for that outcome, that empowers their voices to be heard. And I invite them to the table and look for ways that we can bring our younger leadership to be a part of chairing committees, to represent me in places, because that happened for me. I sit here in a full circle moment as my dear sister president, Elsie Cook Holmes. We were both the undergraduate leaders on the board years ago. And she had Dr. Daly, I had Dr. Gillimore Tiart, and they saw leadership. And now fast forward, she's our senior past international president, and I'm the sitting grand. But if she did not speak leadership into me, today may not have happened the same way. So I have to turn around and pay it forward to my young leaders who are now taking the torch and carrying it forward, because we have to create space for both, but we all have to be married to the outcome.
I love it. Sora Holmes, and then Sister Dawn, can you all finish that out? How are you paying it forward? How are you paying it forward?
Well, I will have to tell you, part of that, having the opportunity to do that within Delta Sigma Theta, because I can't agree with you more, having the mentors that I had, and we're the same thing. Dr. Daly is the senior president at Delta Sigma Theta at this point. But being able to mentor others as I was mentored individually, also collectively, being able to have programs through Delta Sigma Theta, such as our Delta Academy for middle school students and Delta Gyms, our Embodied program for young men, making sure that our young people are equipped to be able to go into any room, that they are equipped to be able to build their STEM skills, that they're equipped to now understand, because it's so critical at this point in time, to understand civics, to really understand how this government works, to understand our history when it's not being taught in schools anymore, to make sure that we are imparting that knowledge. And also, just from a personal perspective, to be able to mentor our young collegiate leaders that are on the board. I always have very special relationships with all of our regional representatives, which are college students from each region who represent their regions, along with my successors, our national second vice presidents of the day. So just making sure that we continue to keep the dialogue open. We continue to remind our leaders that they are not just the leaders of the future, but they are the leaders of today, because we need their voices, we need their ideas, their creativity, and it is absolutely critical. And that starts not just in college, but we have to encourage our young people, our elementary school students, our junior high, middle school, our high school students, but so that they can truly, truly be prepared to walk into any room. So I take great pride in doing that. It's one of the most favorite things that we had the opportunity to do.
That's awesome. Sister Dawn, how are you paying it forward?
So I am who they were. I'm the Northeastern Region Director who was mentored from an undergraduate level by women who were older than my mother, who saw something in me and paved the way and carried me along and taught me things. But Sigma Gamma Rho Sorority Incorporated was founded by 7 educators. And so we develop programs. We have young girl programs like our Rosebuds and our Rowers, where we are mentoring and teaching our young women, filling in the gaps oftentimes where maybe their families are not teaching them. We also have undergraduate programs, our Undergraduate Leadership Institute that I'm over in our region, that all of our regions have, to keep our undergrads inspired to achieve more and to operate in excellence. And so that's the way that we do it. We always take the time and keep it paramount to always offer yourself as a mentor, to always give back, because you never know who is right behind you.
That's right.
Who is going to be that next change agent to do bigger and better. And so I think as leaders, it's really important for us never to be intimidated by the talent that is coming behind us. Like what Ms. Newman said earlier, sometimes you have to know how and when to get out of the way, because there is something bigger and brighter.
That's right.
And we all will celebrate and succeed by giving them the platform and the stage to do it.
Absolutely. We honor all 3 of you. And yes.
I just wanted to mention one thing. You didn't ask this question, so I'm not going to answer the whole question, but I do want to take the opportunity to thank my sister, Melanie Campbell.
Absolutely.
And I know we all do.
Absolutely.
Absolutely.
She is absolutely amazing.
Absolutely.
And the partnership that we had through this election cycle that we have year in and year out is critical. It's going to take all of us to keep moving forward.
All of us.
And that's why we say D9 stronger together.
Together.
Not just in a hashtag, but in our actions.
Stronger
Absolutely.
together. And I thank them. But can we honor our sisters and leaders? We are so grateful to have shared this time with you. And we're going to keep it moving real quick. Can we just give them a round of applause as they make their way back to their seats? And Melanie is going to bring up our Divine 9 fraternities. We are excited to have the brothers join us, the fraternities of the National Panhellenic Council. They have long been pillars of leadership and activism and mentorship. They have shaped movements. And so Melanie's going to bring up those brothers who are still with us. And we're going to ask, as we close out this final part, that we do our very best to be just as courteous and attentive and loving to our brothers as we have been to our sisters.
Thank you. Thank you. Can we just give our leaders of our sororities one more thank you and love. And last, fourth quarter, Tanya. And it is another drum roll, please. And I'm going to ask that we y'all just hang in there with us for about 15 minutes, and I think we'll be out of here close on time. The storm threw us off, so y'all please hang a little longer. So we're going to honor our leaders of the Black fraternities who are here tonight. The fraternities who are part of the National Panhellenic Council have long been pillars of leadership, activism, and mentorship in the Black community. They have shaped movements, inspired change, and stood as advocates for equity and justice. During the 2024 election cycle, their efforts to engage, mobilize, and turn out voters were nothing short of extraordinary. Whether organizing voter education initiatives, addressing voter suppression, or ensuring that Black men's voices are heard loud and clear at the ballot box, their contributions were pivotal in protecting and advancing our democracy. It is my distinct honor to introduce the fraternity leaders who have carried this torch of service and advocacy. Starting out, and then have all of our men of our team to come up that are here. One second. Can I have our men of our team to come up while we're doing this? Representing Dr. Willis L. Lonzer III, General President of Alpha Phi Alpha Fraternity Incorporated. We have with us Sean McCaskill, Executive Director of Alpha Phi Alpha Fraternity Incorporated. Is he here?
We're going to ask the men of the NCBCP team to come out to be with the good brothers here who are receiving their Spirit of Democracy Awards. If you can come out and join them here on stage. Brother Sean McCaskill is Executive Director of Alpha Phi Alpha Fraternity Incorporated. Come on out. Are there any alphas in the house tonight? Are there any men of Alpha Phi Alpha Fraternity Incorporated? Come be with your good brother here on stage. I saw you hop up on that stage, brother. I heard some hold-ons. Got some brothers. We got some brothers in the house. Alpha Phi Alpha Fraternity Incorporated. Our announcer for this evening is a brother of Alpha Phi Alpha, Brother Lon Walls. Was your voiceover voice of God tonight? Can we give these good brothers a round of applause, please, for their centuries-long work? We are grateful for you all. Thank you so much. We are so grateful. We are so grateful. Grateful. Okay, right here.
Tyrese Johnson, who is also a member of Alpha Phi Alpha Fraternity, leads our comms team, the internal comms team. Anything you want to say?
Most appreciative for the opportunity to work with you and do this great work, Melanie, which Alpha does so well, but I particularly love doing this with you and with the Black Women's Roundtable. So thank you.
Thank you. All right. Thank you, Alpha Phi Alpha Fraternity Incorporated. All right. Hold us. Alpha Phi Alpha Fraternity. I was an Alpha sweetheart, as I told you before I pledged Delta at Clark College. And now we will have our next fraternity oh, you know what? Did anyone come for Kappa? Yes. Who's here? Because we had Jimmy McMichael Grand Polmark was going to be here, but his flight, his flight wasn't able to make it. But we have Rob Jenkins, and Mr. Jenkins' title. Mr. Jenkins, your title?
Senior Grand Vice Polmark.
Senior Grand Vice Polmark. I used to work real close with Sam Hamilton.
I'm sorry.
I used to work real close with Sam Hamilton.
There you go.
Yeah, right. And also James Biff Carter, that name.
That's right.
The National Coalition was founded in 1976, and he was the treasurer.
That's right.
What were Eddie Williams. So we are so glad to have you here. Kappa Alpha Psi Fraternity Incorporated, known for its focus on achievement and mentorship. We welcome you here. Kappa Alpha Psi continues to excel in uplifting young men and promoting community services nationwide. Thank you, my brother. Thank you, Kappa Alpha Psi Fraternity Incorporated, for all you do in our community.
Do we have any brothers of Kappa Alpha Psi Fraternity Incorporated here tonight to celebrate with your brother? Y'all come on up here and celebrate with the good noobs now. Y'all come on up here and celebrate with the brothers of Kappa Alpha Psi Fraternity Incorporated. If we have any Kappas in the house tonight, here we go. There we go. There we go. All right. All right. All right. Can we clap for the good brothers of Kappa Alpha Psi Fraternity Incorporated and all their dedication to community and education and excellence? We are grateful for your service. Thank you, sir.
Is Kevin McIntyre?
I'm not sure.
And next, we are excited to honor Omega Psi Phi Fraternity Incorporated, led by Ricky Lawrence Lewis, Grand Basileus. He is represented by Kevin McIntyre, Esquire, District Counselor of the 3rd District. Omega Psi Phi Fraternity Incorporated, whose cardinal principles include manhood, scholarship, perseverance, and uplift. Kevin is here to accept this award on behalf of the fraternity. Omega Psi Phi has a storied history of addressing social justice issues and empowering Black communities. We are so excited to honor Omega Psi Phi Fraternity Incorporated.
We have any brothers of Omega Psi Phi Fraternity Incorporated, please make your way to honor your dear brother who is receiving the Spirit of Democracy Award tonight on behalf of Omega Psi Phi Fraternity Incorporated. We are so proud of your dedication, your service, and your education. Can you make your way to the stage to honor your brothers of Omega Psi Phi Fraternity Incorporated? All right. Can we give those good brothers a round of applause of Omega Psi Phi Fraternity Incorporated? The good brothers. We honor you. We honor you, brothers. We honor you. Thank you. Thank you so much. We honor you. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. We need you, Kevin.
One more.
That's mine for the question.
Okay. Next drum roll, please. We are delighted and excited to honor Phi Beta Sigma Fraternity Incorporated, an organization committed to brotherhood, scholarship, and service. We are joined by the Honorable Chris Ray, International President of Phi Beta Sigma Fraternity Incorporated. He likes a lot of Black jobs. He's leading Barber Scotia College in North Carolina. Correct, right? He was a former mayor too. I've known him for quite a while. It's so good to be in your presence. I think you and Dr. Stacy co-chair the Council of Presidents as well. So, Chris, it is awesome and excited to be able to present this honor to you.
All the good brothers of Phi Beta Sigma Fraternity Incorporated, can you honor your president and please come and join him on stage for photos? The Honorable Chris V. Ray, International President of Phi Beta Sigma Fraternity Incorporated. Y'all can give him a round of applause. Dr. Grant had to let y'all know the only constitutionally bound brother and sister organization. Dr. Grant with the details. The details. Can we clap for Phi Beta Sigma Fraternity Incorporated and their dear sister Zeta Phi Beta Sorority Incorporated? We honor you. We thank you for your service and your great work. Last but not least,
last and certainly not least, We are ready for our final fraternity leader to come up to the stage. And he is representing Iota Phi Theta Fraternity Incorporated. It is led by Sean D. Housen, Senior International Grand Polaris, and he is represented tonight by Carl Taylor, Regional Vice Polaris. Iota Phi Theta Fraternity Incorporated promotes leadership, scholarship, and citizenship. Iota Phi Theta has consistently emphasized the importance of social responsibility and cultural empowerment. Carl Taylor, come on up.
I need those good brothers of Iota Phi Theta to make their way to the stage to honor your dear brother as he receives the Spirit of Democracy Award on behalf of your Grand Polaris, Sean D. Housen, Senior of Iota Phi Theta Fraternity Incorporated. Can you guys please give them some love for their service, their dedication, their scholarship? We are so proud of your work. On behalf of their Grand Bachelors, their Grand Polaris, Dr. Housen. Can we give them a round of applause for their great work? We honor you with the Spirit of Democracy Award. We're going to ask those dear brothers to stay on stage for a minute, all the leaders, and we're going to have a quick conversation. There is no way we can have all of this excellence in the room and not have a quick conversation. Please have a seat. Brothers from Alpha Phi Alpha Fraternity Incorporated, Kappa Alpha Psi Fraternity Incorporated, Omega Psi Phi Fraternity Incorporated, Phi Beta Sigma Fraternity Incorporated. Make your way back to the stage for a quick conversation. There's no way I can have you all in the room and not hear from you. Can we clap for them as they make their way? Just a quick conversation. All right. Got to have.
Three of us will be.
Got to have me in the middle of all of this goodness. I feel a cologne spirit. I feel a graduate degree spirit in this place. I feel direct deposit energy all over me. And we thank God, we bless God. Can we clap for these amazing men of the Divine Nine? I have a quick question for you, and then we're going to let you all be. First of all, congratulations on your awards. Congratulations on your Spirit of Democracy Award tonight. As Black men in leadership, what ways have you overcome barriers and obstacles in your careers and in society? How have you overcome? I'm going to start this way, Iota Phi Theta. How have you overcome? And y'all better listen. No, go ahead and talk.
Testing.
There you go.
Oh, I like that.
Mhm.
So thank you so much for this honor, and thank you so much for the opportunity to speak on behalf of just Black men in general, because I think that's a voice that's missing in today's America. But in terms of protecting, overcoming obstacles and barriers, I think it's important to protect your peace. There's nothing stronger than having a peace of mind, because if you protect your peace and if you are in control of your emotions and how you show up in the room, nothing can change that, because then no one can make you do anything that you don't want to do. You are in control of your own mind and your own spirit, and having that core and that piece of assurance and your faith, having that core piece. That's what I believe has helped me overcome barriers. So when I show up in a room, I'm not looking to be validated by anyone, because I already know I have value before I step in the room. And I also, one last thing I'll point out is I learned a long time ago never to be the thermometer. You want to be the thermostat, because the thermometer measures the room, the temperature of the room, but the thermostat sets the temperature. It regulates. So I want to know where the regulators are in the building.
The regulators. We appreciate that, Phi Beta Sigma fraternity. How have you overcome?
Two things: faith and failure.
Wow.
I know where my faith comes from. I know where my strength comes from. God has absolutely opened up every door I've walked through. So I needed to understand where my source came from. But I also was able to overcome by all the failures I've had. See, tonight, everyone is seeing the finished product. I'm the international president of Phi Beta Sigma. I'm the 20th president of Barber Scotia College. What they don't know is all the failures I've had along the way. But by embracing my failures, learning from my failures, and then being able to navigate around what was next, allowed me to realize that that was not going to be the end of my story. And so the faith that I had in God and then going through the failing pieces allowed me to be able to sit here on this stage tonight and get that honor.
We
My
appreciate
faith
you.
and my failures of knowing.
Thank you for your honesty. It's rare you hear about failure when you're being celebrated. So that says a lot. And we appreciate your candor and your honesty. Right here, brother Omega Psi Phi, how have you overcome the barriers, the obstacles in your professional and personal life?
Absolutely. First, I just want to say it's an utmost honor to stand in for our Grand Basilisk, Ricky Lewis, and represent the Omega Psi Phi fraternity. My first career, I was an Army officer. In fact, I served with Chris Ray, International President for Phi Beta Sigma.
Wow.
And one of the things that I learned as a young Army officer was that you have to be twice as good as your non-melanated counterparts. So that's what I believe. That's what I focus on. That's what I move forward with. Second thing was I learned to be a principle-based leader. I'm gonna say that again, a principle-based leader. That helped me avoid political wins, trends, and things of that nature. And I followed honor, duty, integrity. I was trusted. I was loyal, things of that nature. And that's the leadership style that I developed. Last but not least, I learned not to quit. When things get hard, everything is bearing down on you. It seems like you can't go on any further. Go a little longer, take another step. And that's how I've been able to overcome the obstacles in my career.
We thank you. First of all, we thank you both for your service. Can we do that? Can we thank them? You know, our country doesn't always honor these men in our military branches. And so we honor you for your service and that you're here to tell the tale. Kappa Alpha Psi, my good brother, how have you overcome your obstacles and barriers?
Thank you. Well, I'll start by saying, certainly there's no doubt that I have overcome obstacles and barriers. But if I'm perfectly honest, it's not something that I really give much thought to. I choose to focus on my own abilities, my belief in those abilities, those God-given abilities. And by doing that, I find that for those who focus on barriers and obstacles, you're focusing on the negative. I choose not to do that. I choose to strive to be the very best version of myself that I can be every day that God affords me to be here on this planet. So for me, it's as simple as that. It's no magic formula. It's no complicated riddle. It's simply striving to be the very best that you can be each and every day that you are afforded to be here on earth.
Love it. That's simple and it makes sense to me and make good sense to me. My dear brother of Alpha Phi Alpha fraternity, how have you overcome your obstacles, your barriers?
I think one of the things that, you know, as I reflect on that question, it leads me back to, I had an assignment when I was in the 5th grade. The teacher asked us what we wanted to be when we grew up. So that night I went home, my mom had, you know, back in the day, you put the quarter in the paper machine, you open it up and you grab one paper. My mom opened it up and grabbed like 10 different papers because my
Why
cousin,
you snitching on your mother?
I had to, because
my
cousin was on the he had made the front of the sports page He played baseball. So I watched my mom's reaction and how excited she was that my cousin made the paper. So when I went to school the next day for my assignment, I said I wanted to be in the paper. That was my goal because I seen how proud my mom was of my cousin. So I wanted to make my mom proud by being in the paper. My 5th grade teacher looked at me and he said, "You're absolutely right, Sean. You will be in the paper one day. You'll be in the paper. Either you're going to be in the paper for being dead or in jail."
My God.
So imagine that, you telling a 5th grader that he's either going to be dead or in jail. So my perception about what I thought success was small because, again, an adult, a teacher told me that I wasn't going to be anything. I was going to be dead or in jail. I owe so much of who I am today to Alpha Phi Alpha Fraternity Incorporated because it allowed me to be engaged and embrace and get mentors of people that didn't see life the way that I seen life. So it gave me something more that I knew I had to strive for. I knew that dreams could come true just through my interactions with these individuals. So for me, those obstacles and going over those obstacles is really understanding that what someone else's opinion of me really doesn't matter. I control my own destiny. And when there's smoke, I run to all smoke.
My God.
I don't run away from anything. I'm going to run towards it because I know on the other side of that smoke is going to be my blessings.
Oh my God. I don't know if y'all heard. He run towards smoke. He want all the smoke. We appreciate your honesty.
I want all the smoke.
He want all the smoke. We're going to close it up this way. We've asked every panel this question. Got to ask you gentlemen this. How are you paying it forward? How are you paying it for? How are you paying it forward?
Great question, especially this day and age. One of the things that we're doing is we're working with brothers to establish mentorship programs and targeting groups, the young men from 8 to 18 years old. We are teaching them life skills, how to invest, how to buy homes, how to take care of your families, how to be a good husband and be a principle-based family member. It is our hope to combat the school to prison pipeline and combat that with our own pipeline where we grab our young, teach them the way in which they should go so that they can give back to their communities like we did to them.
Oh, I love it. I love it. My brother, how are you paying it forward?
I decided to take one of the hardest jobs in America, leading an HBCU.
My God.
That's how I'm paying it forward. I get the honor to serve as president of Barber Scotia College. Barber Scotia is the 2nd oldest HBCU in North Carolina, the 17th oldest HBCU in the country. 20 years ago, we lost our accreditation. And for 20 years, the institution has been working to get back to prominence. When I took the job a year and a half ago, everyone said, "Why would you do that? Why would you there are so many other opportunities for you. Why would you do that?" Because I recognize that we can't afford for our institutions to close. We can't afford for our institutions to close. And if this last election cycle hasn't taught me anything, is that we still need institutions that is going to train our folks to get out there and get into good trouble.
That's right.
And so we have to be the vanguards of our culture. We have to be the protectors. We have to be the individuals that's going to train and make sure that our history isn't lost because they tell us that they want to change what history looks like. And so I'm paying it forward by making sure that one of our historic institutions that Mary McLeod Bethune went to does not close.
Wow.
That's why it's important for me to do this work. That's how I'm paying it forward.
We thank you for your service. We thank you, my dear brother. How are you paying it forward?
So I'm fortunate enough to be in a space where I can stand on the shoulders of organizations like this, where we have the platform and the ability to help and listen and be able to bring young brothers, some of the folks that were here tonight, also within our fraternity. We have a community impact team that's in 7 regions and even internationally at our military bases throughout the world, where we have student-run programs and initiatives that are geared towards ensuring voter rights, civil rights, on every level, and we're making sure that we're getting that information given to the brothers and communities at the local level, because that's where it starts, getting that civic mindedness at that local level, because then those grassroots turn into big trees that wind up leading and defending the rights of our communities around the world. So that's one of the things we're doing to help pay it forward.
We honor you. We're going to close it out. The last two brothers, Brother Cap Apples, how are you paying it forward
Well, you know,
for young leaders?
Like many of my friends who've already said before me, certainly I believe that mentorship is the key. That's where it really starts. For Kappa Alpha Psi, and for me personally, we identify and recognize that our youth, we have to make sure that those of us who had the benefit of college education, being able to be in good jobs, being employable, being able to employ others, that we reach back and we be the shining example to those who are coming behind us. And I don't think there's anything more important that we can do with our time by way of investing in our community.
We thank you. We thank you so much. Close us out. How are you guys doing it over there at Alpha Phi Alpha Fraternity Incorporated? How are you doing it to pay forward as well?
One of the things that I've been talking to other executive directors of the D9 organizations is that we got to kind of really rethink about how we're going about what we do. Because again, we want to go out and save the communities, but we have a membership, we have college members that need mentor, that need development, and we need to be more intentional about developing our own members to go out into the communities and become the leaders to take over who's going to be the next NAACP leader. We should be cultivating those individuals within inside of our organizations to then go out and do that in their communities. If we just turn a blind eye to our own members within, like we give out millions of dollars in scholarships. And I asked some of our college brothers, how many of our college brothers benefit from scholarships from our organization? And a lot of them don't stand up. But we give so much out to the communities, but we have members that's in our own midst, that's with us, that need development, that need that mentorship, that need a mentor like you. That, again, some of us can't go into some of these communities that need us because we can't really relate to them. But each one of us can relate to one of those college brothers because we were them. So if we can develop them and teach them how to go out into the communities and become the next leaders, to become the next, mayor or congressman, then we're doing our job. That is our job as fraternities.
I don't know if you guys felt all of that good, amazing insight. I felt it all. I want all the smoke, brother. I want to thank these amazing leaders of our Divine Nine fraternities for staying the course with us, staying here all night, waiting to the very last moment to fill us with that good energy, good information. We love you. We honor you. We're excited about you. We are grateful. And on behalf of Melanie Campbell, Spirit of Democracy, it has been nice to just sit between all of y'all. It's just been nice to just be here. Somebody get a picture. I'm standing up. I just need all of y'all just right here in the middle.
And we thank Michelle, the indie mom of comedy, and our senior advisor for cultural expressions for being our celebrity host and moderator for the 2 or so hours. I don't know if Erica Lowe is still here from the White House. She's the staff of public engagement, and my brother from Congressional Black Caucus. I think they left, but I want to lift them up. And it's time to go home. Y'all ready to go home? And so we always open and close in prayer. So I'm asking Reverend Dr. Judith Moore to come. And if everyone would stand where you are and bring that music down. And and then we're gonna have a closing prayer. And for those who we always do a family photo. And so for those who are with us, if you would come up for the family photo. and we'll close out. And I will say to you all, thank you so very much for joining us tonight, for all that you do. I wish everyone the most wonderful Christmas and Kwanzaa and all the things in New Year. Be safe, get some good rest. We know the fight will continue, but radical self-care is revolutionary, and we must do that in order to get ready for the battles ahead. So Reverend Moore.
To our CEO and President of the National Coalition on Black Civic Participation, to each and every one of you, just know that we've made a deposit into these United States. But there are those who would say they have no records. But we have the receipts, blood, sweat, and tears. We fought fires before, and the fires lost. And I close with this way. For I know the plans I have for you, plans to prosper you and not harm you, plans to give you hope in the future. And now may the grace of our Lord Jesus Christ rest, rule, and abide with each and every one of you. And all of God's people can say amen, amen, and amen.
And I have to thank my staff. I don't think I had a chance to do that. So come on up, Tanya Tyson. Come on, Tanya Tyson, Senior Vice President of Operations and Programs. Ebony Baylor, Vice President of Policy and Programs. Sean Floyd, our National Programs and Outreach Manager. And y'all go get out there. Daryl Coles, National Coordinator Black You Vote. Tyrese Johnson, our Senior Advisor for Programs and Special Projects. Jocelyn Tate, Senior Advisor for Tech Policy and also directs our Digital Equity Program, is here. I said Tyrese. Okay, Lon Walls are always ready on a dime. I want to thank Evolve Films, Malik and all the brothers who come and help us tell our stories. And y'all could join us. Mustafa Hafiz, get up here, Clifford Campbell, and all of us that's come. We like to do, Corey, Dr. Height used to always have us come and sing. I can't sing, so I'm not going to sing, but we always do a family photo. And Raven Group, Heather and team, and Donald and team, y'all come on up. Thank you, Raven Group, for all that you did to help us pull this off. Thank you to the Board of Directors of the National Coalition and all of our members and everyone for being here tonight. So come on up, y'all. Everybody that wants to be in the family photo, you'll take all 2 minutes. Come on up, Violet. All of y'all, come on up. We're gonna take a big family photo. Dr. Grant and y'all, can y'all come up for the family photo? Elsie, our President Elsie, y'all. If everybody that's left, come on over.
Pulling it off the shelf, putting it on my chain, wearing it around my neck. I'm taking my freedom, putting it in my car. Wherever I choose to go, it won't take me far. I'm living my life like it's golden, 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 golden, living my life like it's 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 golden, golden. I'm taking my own freedom, putting it in my song, singing loud and strong, moving on